Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here. Top of the hour, 7 o'clock on the Action News 5 digital desk, a Thursday, August 10th. Check it out outside. Looking great from our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis. You can see the sun, some clouds out there. But here's the thing. This is the calm before the storm. We have meteorologist Patrick Ellis tracking everything when it comes to this first alert weather day, Patrick. And right now, everything's calm. But, boy, that's going to change with multiple rounds expected, right?
Yeah, that's right, Andrew. We're looking at the potential for several waves of showers and thunderstorms that could be strong to severe as we go through the day ahead. Of course, this is the first alert weather day for that very reason. You can see here on the map, just one round of storms rolling through here, and then another wave of storms pushes through here during the overnight period tonight into the early hours of tomorrow. We're starting off with some sunshine, as you noted, from Midtown and downtown, not looking terribly bad. Head down into DeSoto County. We got a little bit of patchy fog developing as we take a live look from our High 5 camera there in Olive Branch. 72 the current temperature in Olive Branch, 73 in Batesville. We probably do have more patches of fog beginning to develop in a couple of other locations here this morning, just because we're starting to see a warm front beginning to work its way northward gradually, and we're starting to see a few more showers developing closer to that frontal boundary. They're non-severe, but still a chance that some of us will have to tangle with some showers here this morning, especially northwest Mississippi and eastern Arkansas. I think that changes and even moves into the mid-south, or at least the heart of the mid-south, saying Memphis, as we head into the middle and latter portion of this morning. Temperatures will ease their way up, at least initially, towards the lower 80s. But keep in mind, once that warm front pushes its way through the area, there will be a relative lull in the activity, a surge of southwesterly winds to blow through here, and that's going to push temperatures up into the middle 80s before the afternoon is out. And a relative lull in the activity likely will happen. So we'll have two main waves of storms to contend with here today. The first wave of storms later on this morning into the early afternoon, a relative lull, and then a secondary round of storms likely coming in here tonight into early tomorrow morning. First alert Doppler radar, as I mentioned, a couple of showers now beginning to develop across portions of western St. Francis County, back into Lee and Phillips County, also Coahoma, Equipment County, and southern Tunica County as well. We've got a few patches of fog elsewhere as that warm front begins to make progress to the north. That's a pretty common occurrence usually right on the edge of a warm front, and you're starting to see a few more downpours developing closer to the Arkansas River this morning, south of Little Rock and Pine Bluff. Here's a look at the hour-by-hour forecast, which I mentioned this earlier in the main newscast, that I believe that this is a little overdone, but it gives a decent idea of where that frontal boundary is likely to wind up. That is going to be the critical part of the forecast, is finding out where exactly this warm front is going to set up shop, because that will be the catalyst for where the stronger storms will likely develop for the first round of storms. The second round of storms will be along an advancing cold front that will push through the area tonight. So wherever that warm front sets up shop, that's where we're probably going to end up seeing the higher chances for showers and storms developing here in the next few hours as that moisture surge starts to come into the fold. These storms that do develop here this afternoon likely to feature some strong wind potential, large hail, and even frequent lightning and torrential downpours that could lead up to some localized flooding. Now keep in mind, we've got some folks here who picked up in the last couple of days several inches of rainfall. We've got multiple flood warnings ongoing in northwest Tennessee and other locations that are pretty saturated after the storms that we saw last week and during the weekend. Now this is now setting up for us for another wave of heavy downpours that could lead up to some localized flooding concerns here as we head through the day. This is a look at lunchtime. Again, I don't want you to take it verbatim. I want you to give yourself an idea that there will be a scattering and smattering of storms at that point. Not everybody will be seeing the storms as we head through that time frame. Look at 5 o'clock this afternoon, a relative lull in the activity. Wherever that warm front gets, that's the question mark, and that will be the catalyst for the storm potential later on today, because south of the warm front we get pretty toasty in the middle and upper 80s. Other locations today staying cooler in the wake of that frontal boundary staying nearby. It sets up shop for the cold front to move through here. We'll have a relative lull in the activity this evening, and then overnight tonight, a blast from the west comes through here. This looks to be more of a damaging wind line, but also the potential for a spin-up tornado cannot be ruled out as that line pushes across the Mississippi River sometime around midnight and then continues through the Mid-South, heading through the early hours of your Thursday. So once that first initial batch of rain and storms moves through from the second round, we'll trend quieter on the severe weather threat, but we'll probably have lingering showers and storms into the morning hours of your Thursday, especially south of I-40. That will edge out of the area, and then sunshine to return, at least in a partial sense, and temperatures rebounding back through the middle to upper 80s for your Thursday. And Friday looks to be generally quiet, at least on the front end of the day. Better rain chances likely to come in as we head towards the end of the day into the start of your day on Saturday. That's the first system pushing through the area. That brings us to the two waves of storms here today into tomorrow. Storm opportunities developing near an advancing front early Friday morning back into western Arkansas, eastern sections of Oklahoma. That will dive bomb down towards the south along the warm front. So places like Little Rock down into North Mississippi have the higher chances for seeing showers and thunderstorms going into Friday. And this sets up shop for the weekend opportunities for storms, because I do believe that there will be another cluster of storms likely developing heading into the early hours of Saturday morning that could have some impacts here in the Mid-South. So that keeps our weather a bit unsettled. And of course, we've got the FedEx St. Jude Championship that kicks off today from the Pro-Am standpoint. I think that we should be able to get some of these tee times off okay this morning, but will you finish around today? I don't know. That is highly determined by the storm opportunities and when they start to move into the area. I don't think that those afternoon tee times are going to go very well either, just because of the time frame of when we expect the first round of storms to develop. As far as the tournament play is concerned, tomorrow could have some impacts on just getting the field dry to start off on Thursday morning. It'll probably be wet out there to kick off Thursday morning, maybe even some rain and storm opportunities to start off the day and then exiting during the mid-morning hours. Friday looks to be pretty decent. Saturday will start off with some storms, but likely towards the afternoon hours, a mixture of clouds and sunshine. A pretty decent day with highs back in the low 90s, and another round of showers and thunderstorms possible on the back end of Sunday leading into Monday. That comes by way of a front approaching the area that will bring down the humidity, bring down the temperatures heading into mid next week. But the first alert weather day in effect for today for the potential for a few strong and severe storms. 60% opportunities during the day, 60% opportunities during the overnight period. Want you to stay weather aware. One way to do that is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. We encourage you to download it and stay up to date with us throughout the day. We'll have multiple updates throughout the day to keep you and your family abreast of any changes.
Okay, meteorologist Patrick Ellis, I know it's going to be a busy day for you. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, now let's talk about power outages, because unfortunately power outages, when anytime we have some storms, even if they're not all that severe, there tends to be some power outages across Memphis and Shelby County. We have Action News 5 Sydney Gray now live to talk about what to expect. And sometimes it happens, these power outages, Sydney Gray, and unfortunately we just have to expect it whether we like it or not. Good morning.
Hey, Andrew, good morning. It is absolutely something we've kind of grown to expect at this point whenever those storms push through. And right now, I mean, the sun is shining, clear skies this morning, so it feels pretty nice, but things, as we know, are going to change pretty soon as we get later into the morning. But those power outages, as we have said, are to be expected whenever we get some storms. Unfortunately, just this past weekend, about 7,000 folks had to go without power. It was for a short amount of time. MLGW did quickly restore those people with their power, but we know that is not always the case. In fact, just several weeks ago, we had those massive outages. About 200,000 people across the Mid-South, a lot of people in Memphis were really experiencing outages for over a week, and so that was something that was super inconvenient for folks. But MLGW, they were working as fast as they could to get the power restored. We also heard from leaders with the utility, and they did tell us that they have been working on infrastructure issues like repairing and replacing transformers, but doing things like that does take time. So as we get ready for another round of possible severe weather today, one thing that we want people to keep in mind is to have their devices charged. I'm talking cell phones, laptops, and tablets, and then of course have candles inside of your home, and always a flashlight. I showed mine earlier that I keep inside of my vehicle at all times, but you know, bring those flashlights in, have the batteries that you'll need in case we do lose power today. Patrick and Maggie are going to be monitoring the forecast for us all morning long. They'll be updating you, of course, on Action News 5 and right here on the digital desk. So stay with us for all of the latest news and, of course, weather. Back to you, Andrew.
Okay, Sydney Gray, appreciate the live report there from downtown Memphis. Let's talk now about public safety. It's certainly high on the agenda when it comes to the Shelby County Commission meeting later this morning. A big item certainly is the Shelby County Sheriff's Office. Action News 5 Sydney Hawkins has details on that.
The Shelby County Commission will focus on several agenda items centered around how the Shelby County Sheriff's Office operates, as well as how deputies interact with people who rely on them for public safety. The agenda will have several items, including disbanding specialized units. It's something we've seen within the Memphis Police Department, specifically after the death of Tyree Nichols. The second will focus on traffic stops and putting a limit on how many can happen while deputies are driving unmarked vehicles. The third item will request data from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office about arrests, use of force, and other complaints. The latest complaint and incident involving use of force was with the Shelby County Sheriff's Office back in June after a sheriff's deputy shot and killed Jarvion Hudspeth in Raleigh. Deputies say they pulled Hudspeth over, and after a brief fight between him and the deputy, Hudspeth drove off, dragging that deputy, leading the deputy to shoot him. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump is representing this family as they continue to request body camera footage from that day. So these are all agenda items that the Shelby County Commission has seen before. They also have the same sponsor, that's Commissioner Brittany Thornton. We will be at that meeting and bring you the latest updates from the outcome. Reporting in Memphis, Sydney Hawkins. Andrew, back to you.
Okay, Mississippi voters made their decision in a pair of important primaries. As we take a look at some of the results here, you can see Tate Reeves won his primary election yesterday. He won overwhelmingly with 74% of the vote, beating John Witcher and David Hardigree. And then he will be facing, as you can see, Brandon Presley, who ran unopposed for the Democratic side of the governor's race. Also, Lieutenant Governor Delbert Hosemann won his Republican primary over Chris McDaniel and Tiffany Longino. The lieutenant governor on the Democratic side ran unopposed. That's D. Ryan Grover. You can see that there. For more results on the Mississippi primary election, you can always go to our website, actionnews5.com. Of course, we'll have much more on the results. In fact, you can see that, again, actionnews5.com. But I want to go right now and talk a little bit about DeSoto County, because DeSoto County has the first African-American sheriff since 1873, and this is the first new sheriff-elect in 15 years. We're talking about Thomas Tuggle. He won the election yesterday, over 63% of the vote before Michael Lee conceded, and he will take this position from Sheriff Bill Rasco, who endorsed him. And here's what Tuggle said last night about the victory.
This is a great county. This is a big county. And I have the experience, the courage, and the knowledge to deal with the threats that are facing this county. So we're excited about that opportunity.
No Democratic candidates ran for sheriff during this primary election. Okay, Andrew Douglas here in the Action News 5 digital desk. I want to tell you about an event that's happening at Overton Park here in Midtown this Saturday. It begins at 8 o'clock. It's called the Memphis Parks 5K and Family Day. Joining me now to talk more about it, Cornell Anderson with Memphis Parks, joining us on the Action News 5 digital desk. So, Cornell, tell me about what's planned for Saturday. Sounds like a great event.
Yes, sir. It's going to be a great event. It's going to be vendors and races and prizes and everything. It's going to be a great event.
Yeah. So tell us. So it starts at 8 o'clock, from what I understand, and then you have the 5K. You have a kids race, opening ceremony. Tell me some of the objectives to come out of something like this. What's the message you want to get across?
So this is the first of many other events. The sole purpose of this event is to raise awareness on physical activity. Like I always like to tell individuals, movement is medicine. So we just want to get people acclimated to get moving more in the city of Memphis. As we all know, Memphis is one of the cities that has the highest obesity rates throughout the nation. And we want to get that down, So us here at the Memphis Parks Health and Wellness Department, we want to start now. So we're going to kick this off Saturday with our 5K and Family Day race and walk event. Everybody's invited. It's a family event. So that's why we call it the 5K and Family Day.
Tell me how registration has gone so far. How many people are you looking to join in?
So ideally, we started out with only had a goal of like 100 individuals because it's the first year for it. But now we actually have about 132 people when I checked it this morning. All you got to do is just register through raceroute.com, and you should be able to just search for 5K and Family Day, and you'll find us.
And we want to make sure that people know this isn't for like just the athletes that are out there. I mean, this is open to everybody,
right.
Kids too, and kids are free when it comes to registering, right?
Yes, sir. The Kid Dash is free. We're gonna have kid events. We're gonna have a video game truck. We're gonna have face painting, bounce house. So we're even going to have Mem Pops out there giving away free popsicles for the kids. So, like I said, it's for everybody. Our objective is to get the city of Memphis, get some of these chronic illnesses that we have in the city of Memphis, and get those down. And like I said, we're going to start right here with our 5K and Family Day.
Okay, that is fantastic there. Again, as I was mentioning earlier, the packet pickup opens at 6:30 in the morning. 8 o'clock is when the 5K starts. The kids' fun run, or the kids, that starts at 9, and then the award ceremony at 9:15. And then there's all kinds of different activities for the kids to enjoy: face painting, video game stations, bounce houses, that sort of thing. Looks like a great event, and now fingers crossed for some great weather, right? Anything else you want to mention, Cornell?
Of course. No, that's it. I just want everybody to come out. Everybody sign up. Even if you don't want to sign up for it, just come out. We'll also have demo classes out there that we have in our community centers. We do have fit group exercise classes inside of our community centers. So you get a chance to come out and demo some of those classes that we'll have out.
Okay, Cornell Anderson with Memphis Parks. We appreciate your time. Good luck on Saturday. Looks like a great time.
Thank you.
We want to talk about recycling for a moment because, we all try to be conscientious. We want to do the right thing. But are we doing it properly? Are we doing it the right way? Cardboard, bottles, cans, they're sought after material when it comes to recycling. But still, a lot of us may be guilty of what's called wish cycling. There's new technologies out there to give tons of material second life, but it starts with what you put in your recycle bin. Let's bring in Brent Bell, WM, that's Waste Management's Vice President of Recycling. He's joining us now with what you need to know before you throw items in that recycle bin and what you can do to make sure that more materials are reused. Brent, good morning to you. What is wish cycling, and what should we know about what is and what isn't recyclable? Good morning.
Good morning. Wish cycling is a term used to describe folks that have the best intentions when they recycle. They want to put the right items in the recycling bin, but they may not know the rules on what belongs and doesn't belong in the recycling bin.
Yeah, I hear that a lot. I see that with some of my neighbors. What are some of the items that you've seen people try to recycle out there that really don't belong in the recycle bin, that are kind of dangerous in a way?
Yeah, so we get a lot of folks that put batteries in the recycling bin, lithium-ion batteries, propane tanks. These can actually cause fires or explosions within the recycling facilities or the trucks that carry that. So we ask consumers to take those back to the proper retail locations to manage those materials. The other thing we get a lot of is what we call tanglers. Garden hoses, we get ropes, we get extension cords. These can actually wrap around their recycling equipment and actually impact how good materials get managed. And then finally, we get a lot of sporting equipment, soccer balls, we get basketballs, and then we get a lot of bowling balls. We get 5,000 bowling balls in our recycling facilities every year. None of this sporting equipment belongs in your curbside recycling program.
I remember hearing that. I think you may have said that to us the last time we talked to you about bowling balls, for whatever reason, ends up in the recycle bin. I had no idea how that even works, why someone would think that's recyclable. Anything special we should do with the recyclables before placing them in a bin? That's always been a question.
Yeah, so if you can make all your recyclables clean, loose, and dry, meaning you don't need to bag the recyclables. If you have something that has liquids like a bottle or can, make sure your liquids are empty, but you can actually put the cap back on. Those caps are recyclable, so put that in the bin. We get a lot of questions on pizza boxes as well. Pizza boxes are made out of cardboard. You can throw them in the recycling bin. Just empty out that last piece of pepperoni or the last slice of cheese pizza that's in there, but the boxes are perfectly fine to recycle. And then finally, best tip, make sure your cardboard boxes you get are broken down so you can fit more recyclable material inside of your curbside bin.
All right, and when we talk about a second life, you know, what are some things that can be made from recycled material?
Yeah, so there's a lot of great Second Life stories. Some like aluminum can, will turn back into aluminum can within about 30 days, back on the shelf again. When you have plastic bottles, while this could turn back into a new plastic bottle, it can also turn into yarn, which is made into socks, shoes. The shirt I'm wearing is made out of recycled plastic bottles. And another fun fact, all the WM employees' uniforms plastic bottles.
I like that. That's kind of cool. I always enjoy seeing that. So what else do you want to say to our viewers? We have thousands joining us right now, the digital desk that maybe we haven't touched on just yet.
Yeah, so WM's investing $1 billion in recycling infrastructure in new and existing markets. That's going to allow more customers to recycle, increase the recycling rate of your local communities. But at WM, we feel like recycling should be kept simple. Paper, cardboard, bottles, and cans, those go in every recycling program.
Okay, and where can viewers get more information about everything we talked about? Because, I mean, it's always important. I always see, like, those PSAs that say, okay, you can recycle this, you can't recycle this, and please make sure that you don't put what you shouldn't recycle in the recycle bin.
Yeah, so if you log on to WM.com, we have a link on Recycle Right. It'll show you the right items to put in the bin and even the wrong items that don't belong in the bin.
Okay, Brent Bell with WM and Vice President of Recycling. We really appreciate the breakdown of what's supposed to be recycled, what isn't supposed to be recycled. That is always a big question. Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Memphis in May World Championship Barbecue Cooking Contest. It is a mouthful, and for many who go down to the river in Tom Lee Park, they hope to have a mouthful of some of the best barbecue, some of the best food in the world. And if you're lucky, you get to see the best food reporter in our area, Jennifer Chandler, joining us now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Jennifer, good to see you as always. Based upon your social media, I could see you were very active at the river this year. How are you?
I'm good. I have to admit that I did nothing on Sunday. After 4 days, I still kind of don't have my voice from being out there every day, all day long, one evening as well, and having so much fun watching all these people make this amazing barbecue. I got to try some amazing food. This is such an iconic Memphis event, and I was so glad that it was back on the river, and it was a good weekend.
I could tell. Yeah, I couldn't do it. My son was graduating this weekend, so we were so busy, family in town, all that stuff. But next year, there always are some things to try, and that's one of the things that Tina and I are definitely going to do next year. But what I love is that you have an article that is posted on commercialappeal.com. It's also on newsstands, and it is about the dishes, the barbecue dishes you need to try that isn't necessarily the same barbecue stuff that we all know and love, the ribs and the pulled pork, right?
Exactly. So every year around this time, around the World Championship Barbecue Cooking and Contest, I always write a lot of stories about the contest, but I also like to write stories about our barbecue restaurants that we have here in Memphis. And we have so many great ones, and especially because one, to point out things to Memphians that they may not know, but also for people visiting town to know what to order, because I want people to experience Memphis beyond just what's happening in Tom Lee Park. And so this year, the theme of my story was skip the ribs and skip the pulled pork and try these secret dishes that are not so secret, but secret dishes that Memphians know about at some of our best barbecue restaurants.
Love.
So I went around to 5 barbecue restaurants and tried different things. So I'm going to start with one that is a true original, and it is the Barbecue Shop's barbecue spaghetti. Have you ever had that?
You know what? My son always gets it when we go there. He loves it.
Yes. Well, it was invented at the Barbecue Shop on Madison in Midtown Memphis. So if you're going to try it someplace, this is the place that you want to try it. And Eric Vernon, who runs the restaurant, he I guess he's kind of like the 3rd generation, but it was started by a couple, Frank and Brady Lill, and they sold it to Frank Vernon, who is Eric's father, and now Eric runs it. And how it ended up on the menu was, it was Brady and Lill was the couple that owned it first. And Mr. Brady loved spaghetti, and he loved his barbecue, and so he kind of came up with this recipe to marry the two. And one of the things that's very interesting is they cook the noodles for the spaghetti in the drippings from when they have made their pulled pork. So there's a lot of flavor infused into those spaghetti noodles. And then they make a sauce that includes their barbecue sauce, their Dancing Pigs barbecue sauce. And then they, of course, put in some of their pulled pork for the meat. And it's really good. And if you've never had it, make sure you have a side of Texas toast. And I have to tell you, the first time I had it, I made the mistake. I was eating my spaghetti, and then I'd take a bite of the toast. And Eric came over and looked at me like I was crazy. And he said, "You don't know the secret?" And I go, "I don't know the secret." He goes, "You're supposed to spoon the spaghetti on top of the Texas toast and then take a bite of it. That's where you get all the juices."
No, I didn't even know that. Oh my gosh, you just taught me something, Jennifer. Thank you. I got to do that.
Yes, without a doubt. And I did it, and I was like, "You're right." And I had to order extra Texas toast. Needless to say, I did take a nap after that meal. So next on my list is Payne's Barbecue. Payne's is one of my favorites because it's one of these places that it's old school as you get. It's a cinder block building. I think it was a former gas station or garage, and it has been around for generations. And I will actually give Ronald Payne, who is the 3rd generation in this family and doing barbecue, he was just chosen as a fellow for the Kingsford Charcoal has a Preserve the Pit program where they're helping to empower Black pitmasters. And it was just announced about a week ago, and he was chosen as a 2023 fellow. And that's a really big honor because they have thousands of applications from around the country. And I forget the exact number, but I think it's around 10 people that they choose for this. So that's a really cool thing for Payne's. But the secret sandwich there is their smoked sausage sandwich. And it is what they do is they smoke their sausage, and then when you order it, they throw it in the fryer to heat it back up. And so it gets this crispiness around it. And then they put their famous mustard, kind of neon green mustard slaw that they do, and their sweet barbecue sauce. And it is so good. And here's how you really know it's good. Nick Fergus, the late Nick Fergus of the Rendezvous, is who first introduced me to this sandwich. And he was a barbecue king here in town. And going back to the Barbecue Shop, Eric Vernon, I sometimes do with my stories, I kind of hit a couple of places in the same day, with photographers. And I've led some of our staff, and I've even invited people from Nashville for the Tennessean newspaper to show them what real barbecue is. And we go in an order. And I usually start at Payne's and then move north. And of course, there's kind of a straight shot across town. And Barbecue Shop is usually my second stop. And so if Eric Vernon knows that I am going to Payne's first, he has me bring in one of those sandwiches. So I have 2 of the best barbecue places in town recommending that one sandwich. So if you've not tried it, don't take my word for it. Take those 2 guys' word for it and give it a try. So moving on to the list. Cozy Corner over on North Parkway. I mean, this again is another Memphis institution. And one of the things that's been on their menu since day one is the Cornish game hen. And so I said, why is this on this menu? And they told me it was just because, oh my gosh, I'm having a senior moment on his name. The gentleman that started it, he liked chicken and he liked Cornish game hens, and he put it on there because he liked it and it was something different, and it has stuck and people love it. And so they smoke these Cornish game hens in their smokers, and then they use their dry rub and they use their barbecue sauce, and it's really a good treat. And I always tell people, order the meal so that you not only get the Cornish game hen, but you get 2 sides and bread, and that's the best bang for your buck. And to be honest with you, I think it's a meal for 2. But if you're really hungry, you can finish it yourself. Next on the list is the Rendezvous. So everybody knows about the Rendezvous dry ribs, but shrimp. I'm still excited about that barbecue spaghetti. Barbecue shrimp is something that is on their menu. And again, it's been on the menu for years. It used to truly be a secret menu item, and it wasn't printed on the menu until maybe the past decade or so. And it just used to be that people knew that Charlie Vergas liked shrimp, and if you called ahead of time, he would order shrimp and make up this kind of Greek interesting version of barbecue shrimp. It is not Memphis barbecue. It's not like New Orleans barbecue shrimp. It's kind of its own thing. It's kind of a tangy sauce that they make with it has barbecue sauce, and it has their dry rub, it has pepperoncinis, it has lemons. And so this is an advance order. It only comes away, it's 5 pounds of these jumbo shrimp. And I will tell you, it can feed an army. It comes in a big pot that they cook it in at the table. They just bring the pot out there, and then they scoop it into the dishes and serve it with ciabatta bread. So you have something to soak up the sauce. And I forget the exact numbers, but I think as an entree, it feeds like 8 people. And then as an appetizer, even more. So if you're thinking of doing it, at least 24 hours notice so they can get the shrimp in. Probably if you could give them a little bit more notice, they would probably appreciate it. But it's something that's completely different, unique, and a Memphis original. And it's just kind of a fun, different thing. I like to order it if I'm ever going with a really big group to the Rendezvous. And sometimes when family comes in town, there's like 10 or 15 of us, I'll order that as an appetizer, and then we'll each have some of that, and then we go on and have ribs as well. Last on my list is Central Barbecue. So, and this is the one for all my vegetarian friends. And this picture does not do this sandwich justice, I have to tell you. So their portobello mushroom sandwich is absolutely delicious, and it is vegetarian. It can be made vegan if you want it to be by leaving off the cheese, but they take a portobello mushroom and they marinate it. It has like a balsamic marinade with like secret spices and herbs, and they marinate it, and then they throw it on their grill, and it kind of gives it that char grilled kind of flavor. And then they finish it off with smoked Gouda cheese. I like to always order it with the slaw on it and barbecue sauce. And it just is a nice, meaty, plant-based sandwich that you can enjoy if you're not eating meat. And I will tell you also, I often order it with a side of their collard greens, which are also vegetarian, I've been told. So that's a great option for non-meat eaters to enjoy barbecue here in Memphis. So do you have any favorites off that list, Andrew?
You know, I've been taking notes, I must say, and I love, you know, when I take people to Rendezvous, I've never ordered the barbecue shrimp, so I'm definitely going to check that out. And then the portobello mushroom, I've always been interested in trying that at Central Barbecue. I just can't get past the ribs and the pulled pork. Yeah. Sorry, I just can't do it. And then, you know, I told you about the barbecue shop, and that Payne's smoked sausage. Wow. That looks amazing. And then Cozy Corner, by the way, that's Desiree Robinson. Is that what you?
Yes, thank you. I was having a senior moment on her name. So, yes, and she actually, speaking of barbecue awards, she has been inducted, I guess, 2 years ago maybe, to the Barbecue Hall of Fame. And again, they're just all of these on this list that we've talked about are really barbecue institutions here in Memphis that have been around for decades, and some of them over 50 years. So they're definitely worth checking out.
Yeah, I mean, you can't go wrong at any of those places. Jennifer, a great top 5 list. Love the number 5. It's a great list, and we appreciate you bringing it each and every time we talk to you. Jennifer Chandler, thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here. Top of the hour, 7 o'clock on the Action News 5 digital desk, Thursday, August 10th. Check it out outside. Looking great from our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis. You can see the sun, some clouds out there. But here's the thing. This is the calm before the storm. We have meteorologist Patrick Ellis tracking everything when it comes to this first alert weather day, Patrick. And right now, everything's calm. But, boy, that's going to change with multiple rounds expected, right?
Yeah, that's right, Andrew. We're looking at the potential for several waves of showers and thunderstorms that could be strong to severe as we go through the day ahead. Of course, this is the first alert weather day for that very reason. And you can see here on the map, just one round of storms rolling through here, and then another wave of storms pushes through here during the overnight period tonight into the early hours of tomorrow. We're starting off with some sunshine, as you noted, from Midtown and downtown, not looking terribly bad. Head down into DeSoto County. We got a little bit of patchy fog developing as we take a live look from our High 5 camera there in Olive Branch. 72 the current temperature in Olive Branch, 73 in Batesville. We probably do have more patches of fog beginning to develop in a couple of other locations here this morning, just because we're starting to see a warm front beginning to work its way northward gradually, and we're starting to see a few more showers developing closer to that frontal boundary. They're non-severe, but still a chance that some of us will have to tangle with some showers here this morning, especially northwest Mississippi and eastern Arkansas. I think that changes and even moves into the Mid-South, or at least the heart of the Mid-South, saying Memphis, as we head into the middle and latter portion of this morning. Temperatures will ease their way up, at least initially, towards the lower 80s. But keep in mind, once that warm front pushes its way through the area, there will be a relative lull in the activity, a surge of southwesterly winds to blow through here, and that's going to push temperatures up into the middle 80s before the afternoon is out. And a relative lull in the activity likely will happen. So we'll have 2 main waves of storms to contend with here today. The first wave of storms later on this morning into the early afternoon, a relative lull, and then a secondary round of storms likely coming in here tonight into early tomorrow morning. First alert Doppler radar, as I mentioned, a couple of showers now beginning to develop across portions of western St. Francis County, back into Lee and Phillips County, also Coahoma, Quitman County, and southern Tunica County as well. We've got a few patches of fog elsewhere as that warm front begins to make progress to the north. That's a pretty common occurrence usually right on the edge of a warm front, and you're starting to see a few more downpours developing closer to the Arkansas River this morning, south of Little Rock and Pine Bluff. Here's a look at the hour-by-hour forecast, which I mentioned this earlier in the main newscast, that I believe that this is a little overdone, but it gives a decent idea of where that frontal boundary is likely to wind up. That is going to be the critical part of the forecast, is finding out where exactly this warm front is going to set up shop, because that will be the catalyst for where the stronger storms will likely develop for the first round of storms. The second round of storms will be along an advancing cold front that will push through the area tonight. So wherever that warm front sets up shop, that's where we're probably going to end up seeing the higher chances for showers and storms developing here in the next few hours as that moisture surge starts to come into the fold. These storms that do develop here this afternoon likely to feature some strong wind potential, large hail, and even frequent lightning and torrential downpours that could lead up to some local flooding. Now keep in mind, we've got some folks here who picked up in the last couple of days several inches of rainfall. We've got multiple flood warnings ongoing in northwest Tennessee and other locations that are pretty saturated after the storms that we saw last week and during the weekend. Now this is now setting up for us for another wave of heavy downpours that could lead up to some localized flooding concerns here as we head through the day. This is a look at lunchtime. Again, I don't want you to take it verbatim. I want you to give yourself an idea that there will be a scattering and smattering of storms at that point. Not everybody will be seeing the storms as we head through that time frame. Look at 5 o'clock this afternoon, a relative lull in the activity. Wherever that warm front gets, that's the question mark, and that will be the catalyst for the storm potential later on today, because south of the warm front, we get pretty toasty in the middle and upper 80s. Other locations today staying cooler in the wake of that frontal boundary staying nearby. It sets up shop for the cold front to move through here. We'll have a relative lull in the activity this evening, and then overnight tonight, a blast from the west comes through here. This looks to be more of a damaging wind line, but also the potential for a spin-up tornado cannot be ruled out as that line pushes across the Mississippi River sometime around midnight and then continues through the Mid-South, heading through the early hours of your Thursday. So once that first initial batch of rain and storms moves through from the second round, we'll trend quieter on the severe weather threat, but we'll probably have lingering showers and storms into the morning hours of your Thursday, especially south of I-40. That will edge out of the area, and then sunshine to return, at least in a partial sense, and temperatures rebounding back through the middle to upper 80s for your Thursday. And Friday looks to be generally quiet, at least on the front end of the day. Better rain chances likely to come in as we head towards the end of the day into the start of your day on Saturday. That's the first system pushing through the area. That brings us to the two waves of storms here today and to tomorrow. Storm opportunities developing near an advancing front early Friday morning back into western Arkansas, eastern sections of Oklahoma. That will dive bomb down towards the south along the warm front. So places like Little Rock down into North Mississippi have the higher chances for seeing showers and thunderstorms going into Friday. And this sets up shop for the weekend opportunities for storms, because I do believe that there will be another cluster of storms likely developing heading into the early hours of Saturday morning that could have some impacts here in the Mid-South. So that keeps our weather a bit unsettled. And of course, we've got the FedEx St. Jude Championship that kicks off today from the Pro-Am standpoint. I think that we should be able to get some of these tee times off okay this morning, but will you finish around today? I don't know. That is highly determined by the storm opportunities and when they start to move into the area. I don't think that those afternoon tee times are going to go very well either, just because of the time frame of when we expect the first round of storms to develop. As far as the tournament play is concerned, tomorrow could have some impacts on just getting the field dry to start off on Thursday morning. It'll probably be wet out there to kick off Thursday morning, maybe even some rain and storm opportunities to start off the day and then exiting during the mid-morning hours. Friday looks to be pretty decent. Saturday will start off with some storms, but likely towards the afternoon hours, a mixture of clouds and sunshine. A pretty decent day with highs back in the low 90s and another round of showers and thunderstorms possible on the back end of Sunday leading into Monday. That comes by way of a front approaching the area that will bring down the humidity, bring down the temperatures heading into mid next week. But the first alert weather day in effect for today for the potential for a few strong and severe storms. 60% opportunities during the day, 60% opportunities during the overnight period. Want you to stay weather aware. One way to do that is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. We encourage you to download it and stay up to date with us throughout the day. We'll have multiple updates throughout the day to keep you and your family abreast of any changes.
Okay, meteorologist Patrick Ellis, I know it's going to be a busy day for you. We appreciate your time on the Digital Desk. Thank you. Shelby County has some of the highest rates of new HIV infection all across the country, and it's this Shelby County community. Many of us are especially vulnerable. Awareness is so key when it comes to HIV awareness. And certainly it is an issue that has plagued Shelby County for so long. Let's bring in infectious disease doctor, a familiar face to many of us, Dr. Shirin Mazumdar, joining us on the Digital Desk. She was someone that we saw so often during the pandemic, and I'm sure she misses those interviews over and over and the same questions over and over again. Dr. Mazumdar, so great to see you. How have you been? Tell me what's going on and tell our viewers.
Oh, I'm doing great, Andrew. It's great to be back with you guys.
Good to have you with us. Okay, so we're talking HIV awareness and certainly HIV rates right now. Can you give us just briefly an update on Shelby County when it comes to HIV?
Yeah, so HIV is still an ongoing public health issue. We've got about 48 million people worldwide living with HIV, over 1 million people in the United States living with HIV. And here in Shelby County, we have over 7,000 people living with HIV. And according to the CDC, Memphis ranks third in new HIV cases among individuals between the ages of 19 and 24. And we rank 8th in the nation overall for new HIV cases.
That is so disturbing. I would guess that this is kind of the same level where we've been at. There really hasn't been a decline or an increase, has there?
No, we're still seeing significant rates of HIV, and so we're really trying to promote HIV awareness through HIV testing, treatment, and also preventative options that we now have available to prevent HIV infection.
Let's talk about that, because I understand the preventable and the treatment options have evolved over the years, haven't they?
Yeah, so we do have something called PrEP, or HIV pre-exposure prophylaxis. And this refers to medication that people can take to reduce the risk of HIV infection. It's highly effective. It's about 99% effective in preventing HIV acquisition through sex. And it's really something that I think is underutilized. The CDC estimated in 2020 that only 25% of people that may have benefited from PrEP were actually taking it. And so it's something that we really want to let people know about because it's something that's very easy to do. PrEP consists of either an oral medication that can be taken once a day, and there's even an injectable long-acting medication that can be given every 2 months, and it's highly effective.
How can people get more information about this? Do they just call the health department? Do they go in person? Can they go online?
There's several different options to access PrEP. People can always talk to their physician and their healthcare team. The health department is also a great resource. And if individuals are uninsured, that should not discourage them from seeking out PrEP if they're a candidate. There are state and federal assistance programs. There's something called Ready, Set, PrEP, which can be accessed online, that is there to help ensure that uninsured individuals can also access PrEP.
What about the future of HIV vaccines? Tell me more about that.
So unfortunately, there is not currently an HIV vaccine available. And actually, this last Wednesday, we celebrated HIV Vaccine Awareness Day. And this is really a day to thank volunteers and researchers who are working together to find and develop a safe and effective HIV vaccine. It's been an area of interest for many years, but unfortunately, we do not currently have a available HIV vaccine, but I'm really hopeful that someday we will. And in the meantime, we have tools such as PrEP available to prevent HIV infection.
If someone just wants to bring awareness to the issue of HIV, new treatments, manageable treatments, what do you recommend they do?
Yeah, I think that if somebody wants to learn more, I think that we have some really great places here in Shelby County for people to seek more information. Physicians and healthcare teams are also always a great place to start. Also, we have different clinics and different departments, such as the health department, that are great places to seek information as well.
Dr. Shirin Mazumdar, it's so great to see you. I appreciate you coming on the Digital Desk. Feel free to come on the Digital Desk anytime there's an issue you'd like to talk about. It's always great to talk to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas and the Action News 5 Digital Desk. The National Drowning Prevention Alliance. It is such an important organization. I remember when my kids were really little, we had our pediatrician tell us the #1 killer of small children is drowning. It's water. And it is so prevalent across the country. In fact, childhood drowning incidents are on the rise, reaching historic highs in some areas. And that's why we are talking about water safety, water activity. We got right now on the Action News 5 Digital Desk, Adam Kaczmary. He is joining us. He's the executive director of the National Drowning Prevention Alliance to talk about this very issue. Adam, good morning to you. How prevalent is childhood drowning? I know when my kids are older teenagers, but when they were little, our pediatricians stressed the fact that water, and specifically pools and lakes and that sort of thing, #1 killer of small children. Is that in fact the case? Has it gotten any worse or better?
Unfortunately, Andrew, the problem has gotten a little bit worse. You know, over the last 20 years, we were seeing a slight decline in our childhood drowning numbers year over year. And since the pandemic, we have that number has risen back up to where we were at in the late 1990s. And unfortunately, now we can report drowning is the single leading cause of death for children ages 1 to 4 and remains the second leading cause of injury death for children up to age 14. And for every 1 child that drowns fatally, the CDC reports another 8 are seen in an emergency department for a non-fatal drowning. but it's important to note that 40% of those require additional care. So the numbers are quite staggering.
They are. I mean, they really are. And the thing is, I know a couple of parents that have had that happen to them, and I just can't imagine. I can't imagine finding your child that is drowned in a swimming pool. Both instances that I know, that's what happened. It was a swimming pool. Let's talk about water safety advice, because all those all those parents of small children out there, they're probably looking for maybe a checklist or maybe just some bullet points if they go to someone's house or if they go on vacation or if they go somewhere and there's a pool, a body of water in the backyard. Let's talk about maybe some bullet points that parents can do to ensure safety for everybody, including the small children.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can go to ndpa.org. We have a ton of resources available. We recommend following what we call the 5 layers of protection. That includes barriers and alarms, restricting access and notifying when a child goes into an unauthorized area. Super important for backyard pools. It's important to note that 70% of our toddler drownings are happening during non-swim time. So when the child is least expected to be around the water, water's an attractive nuisance. So we want to make sure we're restricting that access during swim times and during non-swim times, providing active adult supervision and making sure that supervisor is capable of recognizing a drowning and making sure they can safely respond to it. Third is water competency. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends children can start swimming lessons as early as age 1 after consulting with the pediatrician. So get your children enrolled in high quality swim lessons as early as possible to learn basic skills. Fourth is the appropriate use of life jackets, making sure around especially natural bodies of water and when boating, children are always in a properly sized life jacket. And then fifth is making sure you're always ready for the unexpected with emergency preparations. Drowning happens often when we least expect it to. It's a tragic scenario, but making sure, we know how to make that 911 call, how to safely rescue a victim and provide that really high quality immediate CPR care with rescue breaths can mean the difference between life and death.
Adam, I got a question for you because, I constantly get this from other parents. When my kids were little, I put them in swim lessons when they were about a year or 2 old, and it really didn't do anything, in my view, in terms of like teaching them how to swim. If anything, it got them comfortable with water. And while there's some people that might say, hey, that's a good thing, you got them comfortable with water, I actually look at it as a negative thing because they're comfortable with water and they don't know how to swim. So then if they're alone and they see the water, oh, that's fun, and then they go in, they don't know how to swim, and there's a real danger with them drowning. Is that an issue that you see?
Well, that's why we recommend high quality swim lessons. We want to make sure that a child, even as early as age 1, is learning basic skills in the water. We want them to learn things like floating on the back. So if they fall in, they're able to right themselves, get air, and call for help. So there are water exploration or water play lessons that are available out there. And for some families, that may be the right fit. We've developed a swim lesson checklist that helps parents identify the right swim lessons for their family. Thinking about the risk and their child's access to water is also important in that. And the other, reminder is not just the child becoming overconfident, but the parent becoming overconfident after swim lessons. There's nothing that will drown-proof your child, including swim lessons. So just practicing one layer of protection does not reduce the risk. So even though swim lessons are a layer of protection, we still need that supervision, those barriers in place, life jackets when appropriate, to really substantially reduce that risk.
Any other misconceptions or misperceptions, common myths out there about drowning and water safety that you can debunk for some of the parents that are watching? We have thousands of people that watch us here on the Digital Desk.
Yeah, I mean, one of the major things is drowning is silent. It is fast. Many parents think it's going to be like it's portrayed in Hollywood in the films and on TV. Drowning is not a loud and pronounced event, especially with young toddlers. It is quiet. It is silent. And it can happen as little as 30 seconds. So, and like I said, it happens when we least expect it. 70% of our toddlers are drowning during non-swim time. So absolutely, we want to make sure swim time safety is important. But, we also want to think about keeping our children safe after we're done swimming for the day. So, really those two big myths out there, we're really working hard to dispel this summer.
Adam, is there anything that you are extremely knowledgeable about this topic, of course. Is there anything else you want to mention? Maybe other steps parents can take at home. We're about to go into the summer travel season. Anything else while parents are on vacation or where there's just open water that can help them?
Yeah, absolutely. And, we've developed a vacation water safety checklist that parents can go on to ndpa.org and access. And it walks them through just the things they should think about as they're planning for their vacation, they're booking their vacation. And, really when they get on their vacation, whether it's a hotel or a vacation rental property, being able to do a quick walkthrough, recognizing the safety features that are in place, and just having a water safety discussion with your family. So oftentimes with parents that have lost children that I work with, I hear the word I didn't know. I didn't know drowning was the leading cause of death for 1 to 4-year-olds. I didn't know the basic safety steps to take. And we have all that information available. We really just want people to be aware so they can make smart safety choices for their family this summer. Drowning is 100% preventable. It is an accident, but we really want to make sure we're keeping those safety steps in mind, because the reality is this happens far too often when parents are least expecting it.
ndpa.org. Adam Kaczmarczyk, Executive Director, I really appreciate this conversation, and I know our viewers find it so helpful and useful. Thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you for having me, Andrew. Really appreciate it.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas here. Top of the hour, 7 o'clock on the Action News 5 digital desk, a Thursday, August 10th. Check it out outside. Looking great from our High 5 camera in Midtown Memphis. You can see the sun, some clouds out there. But here's the thing. This is the calm before the storm. We have meteorologist Patrick Ellis tracking everything when it comes to this first alert weather day, Patrick. And right now, everything's calm. But, boy, that's going to change with multiple rounds expected, right?
Yeah, that's right, Andrew. We're looking at the potential for several waves of showers and thunderstorms that could be strong to severe as we go through the day ahead. Of course, this is the first alert weather day for that very reason. You can see here on the map, just one round of storms rolling through here, and then another wave of storms pushes through here during the overnight period tonight into the early hours of tomorrow. We're starting off with some sunshine, as you noted, from Midtown and downtown, not looking terribly bad. Head down into DeSoto County. We got a little bit of patchy fog developing as we take a live look from our High 5 camera there in Olive Branch. 72 the current temperature in Olive Branch, 73 in Batesville. We probably do have more patches of fog beginning to develop in a couple of other locations here this morning, just because we're starting to see a warm front beginning to work its way northward gradually, and we're starting to see a few more showers developing closer to that frontal boundary. They're non-severe, but still a chance that some of us will have to tangle with some showers here this morning, especially northwest Mississippi and eastern Arkansas. I think that changes and even moves into the Mid-South, or at least the heart of the Mid-South, saying Memphis, as we head into the middle and latter portion of this morning. Temperatures will ease their way up, at least initially, towards the lower 80s. But keep in mind, once that warm front pushes its way through the area, there will be a relative lull in the activity, a surge of southwesterly winds to blow through here, and that's going to push temperatures up into the middle 80s before the afternoon is out. And a relative lull in the activity likely will happen. So we'll have two main waves of storms to contend with here today. The first wave of storms later on this morning into the early afternoon, a relative lull, and then a secondary round of storms likely coming in here tonight into early tomorrow morning. First alert Doppler radar, as I mentioned, a couple of showers now beginning to develop across portions of western St. Francis County, back into Lee and Phillips County, also Coahoma, Quitman County, and southern Tunica County as well. We've got a few patches of fog elsewhere as that warm front begins to make progress to the north. That's a pretty common occurrence usually right on the edge of a warm front, and you're starting to see a few more downpours developing closer to the Arkansas River this morning, south of Little Rock and Pine Bluff. Here's a look at the hour-by-hour forecast, which I mentioned this earlier in the main newscast, that I believe that this is a little overdone, but it gives a decent idea of where that frontal boundary is likely to wind up. That is going to be the critical part of the forecast, is finding out where exactly this warm front is going to set up shop, because that will be the catalyst for where the stronger storms will likely develop for the first round of storms. The second round of storms will be along an advancing cold front that will push through the area tonight. So wherever that warm front sets up shop, that's where we're probably going to end up seeing the higher chances for showers and storms developing here in the next few hours as that moisture surge starts to come into the fold. These storms that do develop here this afternoon likely to feature some strong wind potential, large hail, and even frequent lightning and torrential downpours that could lead up to some localized flooding. Now keep in mind, we've got some folks here who picked up in the last couple of days several inches of rainfall. We've got multiple flood warnings ongoing in northwest Tennessee and other locations that are pretty saturated after the storms that we saw last week and during the weekend. Now this is now setting up for us for another wave of heavy downpours that could lead up to some localized flooding concerns here as we head through the day. This is a look at lunchtime. Again, I don't want you to take it verbatim. I want you to give yourself an idea that there will be a scattering and smattering of storms at that point. Not everybody will be seeing the storms as we head through that time frame. Look at 5 o'clock this afternoon, a relative lull in the activity wherever that warm front gets. That's the question mark, and that will be the catalyst for the storm potential later on today, because south of the warm front we get pretty toasty in the middle and upper 80s. Other locations today staying cooler in the wake of that frontal boundary staying nearby. It sets up shop for the cold front to move through here. We'll have a relative lull in the activity this evening, and then overnight tonight, a blast from the west comes through here. This looks to be more of a damaging wind line, but also the potential for a spin-up tornado cannot be ruled out as that line pushes across the Mississippi River sometime around midnight and then continues through the Mid-South, heading through the early hours of your Thursday. So once that first initial batch of rain and storms moves through from the second round, we'll trend quieter on the severe weather threat, but we'll probably have lingering showers and storms into the morning hours of your Thursday, especially south of I-40. That will edge out of the area, and then sunshine to return, at least in a partial sense, and temperatures rebounding back through the middle to upper 80s for your Thursday. And Friday looks to be generally quiet, at least on the front end of the day. Better rain chances likely to come in as we head towards the end of the day into the start of your day on Saturday. That's the first system pushing through the area. That brings us to the two waves of storms here today and to tomorrow. Storm opportunities developing near an advancing front early Friday morning back into western Arkansas, eastern sections of Oklahoma. That will dive bomb down towards the south along the warm front. So places like Little Rock down into North Mississippi have the higher chances for seeing showers and thunderstorms going into Friday. And this sets up shop for the weekend opportunities for storms, because I do believe that there will be another cluster of storms likely developing heading into the early hours of Saturday morning that could have some impacts here in the Mid-South. So that keeps our weather a bit unsettled. And of course, we've got the FedEx St. Jude Championship that kicks off today from the Pro-Am standpoint. I think that we should be able to get some of these tee times off okay this morning, but will you finish around today? I don't know. That is highly determined by the storm opportunities and when they start to move into the area. I don't think that those afternoon tee times are going to go very well either, just because of the time frame of when we expect the first round of storms to develop. As far as the tournament play is concerned tomorrow, could have some impacts on just getting the field dry to start off on Thursday morning. It'd probably be wet out there to kick off Thursday morning, maybe even some rain and storm opportunities to start off the day and then exiting during the mid-morning hours. Friday looks to be pretty decent. Saturday will start off with some storms, but likely towards the afternoon hours, a mixture of clouds and sunshine. A pretty decent day with highs back in the low 90s and another round of showers and thunderstorms possible on the back end of Sunday leading into Monday. That comes by way of a front approaching the area that will bring down the humidity, bring down the temperatures heading into mid next week. But the first alert weather day in effect for today for the potential for a few strong and severe storms. 60% opportunities during the day, 60% opportunities during the overnight period. Want you to stay weather aware. One way to do that is on the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. We encourage you to download it and stay up to date with us throughout the day. We'll have multiple updates throughout the day to keep you and your family abreast of any changes.
Okay, meteorologist Patrick Ellis, I know it's going to be a busy day for you. We appreciate your time on the digital desk. Thank you.
Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 digital desk, telling you about an exciting upcoming show that you are going to be able to check out at the Heindel Center for Performing Arts August 13th at 3 p.m. The Oak Ridge Boys. And man, I've just enjoyed listening to their music over the years. And we have a treat today because we have Grammy winner and the man known for his unmistakably low harmony, bass singer for the Oak Ridge Boys, Richard Sturban joining us here on the Action News 5 digital desk. And Richard, I've been looking forward to this interview since we were able to book it. How you doing today?
Well, Amanda, I am doing just fine. I hope you're doing the same. And I have to tell you, I'm looking forward to talking to you and all your fine listeners and viewers out there.
Yeah, you know, I think it's going to be a great show. Of course, I know a lot of your hits, Elvira. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. What can people expect at the upcoming show in August?
It is the Front Porch Singing Tour. And you mentioned Elvira. That's the first thing that you can definitely count on. When we come to town, you are going to hear me personally do Giddy Up, Papa, Mau. That is the law. The Oak Ridge Boys will do Elvira. We're going to do all the hits that you expect to hear. We're going to do Thank God for Kids, our first hit ever, you know, Y'all Come Back Saloon, American Made, the songs that you expect to hear from the Oak Ridge Boys. We're calling our tour the Front Porch Singing Tour. And so for a while, we will turn our stage into, or at least attempt to turn our stage into a front porch where we'll do some of these front porch singing songs. The album was produced by Dave Cobb, who's one of the hottest guys in Nashville. He was able to capture that feeling of four guys just gathering on the front porch, just singing in a very informal way. And we will do that for a while. We're also patriotic guys. We'll honor our country, our troops, and our veterans. But just in general, it's going to be a great night of good country music and good family entertainment. I can speak for all the Oak Ridge Boys, and I can tell you, we're looking forward to the 13th. We're looking forward to coming your way. We are going to do our best to make it a great night, and we want to encourage as many people as possible. Come on out, spend some time with the Oak Ridge Boys. Let's celebrate together and have a great time.
It sounds like it's going to be a great show, and like you said, it's going to be a family show. I love the four-part harmonies. I love any music that, true vocalists that are able to go out there on stage. It's going to be energetic, and I know that, y'all have been around for a long time. I think y'all got together maybe in the late 40s, I believe. Tell people a little bit about your background, like how you really fell into your love for music. I always like to hear these kind of stories about how people's careers have kind of evolved and how they got into what they're doing.
Well, you know, the Oak Ridge Boys have a very fascinating history. I don't think there's an act that walks on stage bringing more history with them than the Oak Ridge Boys. And our group dates back to the Second World War. Believe it or not, during the Second World War, there was a group known as the Georgia Clodhoppers. That's a fact. And they would actually go to Oak Ridge, Tennessee. They would entertain the people there and the kids there that of the families, because they could not leave for security reasons, because what they were doing was top security stuff, top secret stuff. You know, they were working on the development of the atomic bomb. It was called the Manhattan Project. As a result of going to Oak Ridge all the time, they changed their name from the Georgia Clodhoppers, which I think needed to be changed, to the Oak Ridge Quartet. And that group sang, through the 1950s, after the war, became regulars on the Friday night Grand Ole Opry here at the old Ryman Auditorium. And then the members of the group decided to retire. Younger guys took the group over and then changed the name from Oak Ridge Quartet to Oak Ridge Boys, which is the name that we retained at this present day. William Lee Golden, who's the guy in our group, the most recognizable character in the group with the long beard. He joined in 1965. Dwayne Allen, our lead singer, came in 1966. I joined the group in 1972. I was singing with a group called J.D. Sumner and the Stamps Quartet, actually singing with Elvis back in those days. I left Elvis, joined the Oak Ridge Boys in 1972. Then 1 year later, Joe Bonzo joined in 1973. So we've been together now like this for 50 years, and we've been very fortunate, very blessed. So many great things have happened to us over the last 50 years, and it's just an honor to be able to have a great career like we've had. And the most important thing is we're not done yet. We do not plan to, we're kids, not kids any longer, as you know, but we still plan to try to do this as long as possible. We do not plan to retire, maybe slow down a little bit, but we plan to continue doing this because it's truly what we love doing.
And as you mentioned, I know on your resume, singing alongside Elvis. Well, obviously, we love Elvis here in Memphis. And I know that Elvis had a background when it came to gospel music, and so does this group and you. Can you tell me kind of how that relationship formed?
Well, you know, I got to know Elvis just a little bit when I sang with him. I was singing in a group, as I said, J.D. Sumner and the Stamps Quartet. And I got to know Elvis. I have some great memories of the times that I spent with Elvis. And one of the things that I remember about Elvis is that even though he was the king of rock and roll, he loved gospel music. And one of his favorite things to do was, when we were touring, is to try to find a piano somewhere. And he would expect all of us to gather around the piano, and we'd sing gospel quartet songs together. He loved it, and he loved the spirituals especially, and we would do that. And like I say, it's probably my fondest memories of the time that I spent with Elvis. And I never dreamed back when I was singing with him that someday I would end up in the Gospel Music Hall of Fame together with Elvis. But not just the Gospel Music Hall of Fame, but also the Country Music Hall of Fame, which is a special, tremendous honor that we've been able to experience. You know, if you go into the Rotunda here in Nashville and you go into the Country Music Hall of Fame, you'll see the four faces of the Oak Ridge Boys in bronze on the wall. You look around the room, you'll see Elvis's face on the wall in bronze. You'll see Johnny Cash, Dolly Parton, Kenny Rogers. That list goes on and on and on. And for the Oak Ridge Boys to be a part of that family is probably the highest honor that you can experience. But, you know, singing gospel music with Elvis was something that was very special to me, and it's a memory that I'll never forget.
Oh, for sure. And like you said, seeing where your career really has taken you, I know it's probably just an outer body experience to kind of see. I mean, just the legacy that y'all have. I mean, incredible. I mean, everyone knows the Oak Ridge Boys. And I'm excited about the show. Again, I want to reiterate that show coming up on August 13th at the Heindel Center for Performing Arts. And anything you want to make sure to mention to those looking to come out to the show?
Well, let me speak for all the Oak Ridge Boys and tell you, we are looking forward to coming your way. We plan to have a great time. We're going to do our best to make it a great night. I already told you what you kind of expect. All the hits from the Oak Ridge Boys. You'll hear me do Giddy Up, Papa, Mile Mile, songs from Front Porch Singing. We're patriotic guys. We'll honor our veterans, but just a great night of good country music and family entertainment. That is really what the Oak Ridge Boys are all about.
Well, Richard, I really appreciate you taking time out of your day. I know that you are busy, but I appreciate you coming on here, talking to us and sharing more about this upcoming show. I know that our viewers are really going to look forward to it, and I'm sure they'll go get tickets. I know that they can go to oakridgeboys.com/tour, and they can purchase tickets there. But we appreciate you so much for coming on the Digital Desk.
Well, thank you, Amanda. Thank you for promoting the fact that the Oak Ridge Boys are coming your way. When you do that, you help us, and we appreciate it. So thank you very, very much.
Glad to do it. I know it's going to be a great show.
What are some of the things you think about when you think of back to school? You think of classrooms, you think of school safety, and you also think about backpacks and school supplies. And that's where things can get a little bit dicey, because the weight of backpacks, you remember the weight of backpacks when you were a child? It can get pretty heavy and overwhelming. And so we want to talk about what is the proper weight, what should kids have in those backpacks. I'm joined now by Dr. Keith Orland of Campbell Clinic. He's here to kind of discuss what's being called backpack awareness. Dr. Orland, thanks for joining us. When it comes to books, backpacks, walking for students, what are the main things to keep in mind when supplying them with a backpack? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Andrew. Thanks for having me. I appreciate being a part of this. Great question. It's crazy to think about kids are getting back to school and putting backpacks on now, but after an enjoyable summer. Backpack safety is a real issue for kids as backpacks are getting heavier, filled with computers and tablets in addition to books. And so what we recommend for people that take care of kids backs and spine conditions is we really shoot for your backpack being no more than about 15% of how much your child weighs. So for easy math, if your kid is 100 pounds, their backpack should not be more than 15 pounds, or else they're probably causing undue strain on their muscles and particularly around their neck and their back. So we shoot for 15% in your backpack at any given time, which is why we recommend routine use of lockers if you have access to a locker. And then good backpack awareness. Wearing both straps at the same time helps balance and distribute the weight appropriately to not cause any unnecessary strain on one side of the back or one side of the neck to the other. If you have a chest strap that comes across the chest, that helps evenly distribute the weight as well. And then even better than a chest strap is that some backpacks come with a hip strap that can go just above your hip bones, and those can really help offload your back and help put the backpack weight more on your hips than on your back. So those are the main things. The other things is just having good use of compartments. Compartmentalizing your objects so that they're distributed evenly in weight. Those are the big things for me when I talk about backpack use with families.
Yeah, so I'm curious because I know the ideal situation is to have them, over both shoulders, maybe have the waist belt and maybe a chest belt. But kids in middle school and high school aren't going to do that. If other kids will ridicule them and maybe they want to be cool, they want to look the part, and so a lot of times I guess parents are just faced with what is my kid gonna have in the backpack, and I would think that backpacks nowadays are a little bit lighter because back when you and I were in school, we had all those textbooks in there, but now kids have tablets, they have laptops, and so you would think that would make the backpack lighter because not all those textbooks are in there. What are you seeing as some of the bigger problems other than the weight of backpacks? Is that kind of what we're seeing? Is just like the backpacks are indeed less weight, and so now it's just a matter of how you wear the backpack?
I think it's variable because even though they don't have textbooks, kids are carrying their binders, they're getting, their daily education plans. Their backpacks are still pretty impressively heavy, even in 2023 compared to when I was in school back in the 90s. And so I still think backpack weight is an issue, but more importantly really is if you wear a backpack appropriately and you balance the weight and you distribute it well, that will set your child up for having less potential issues of straining a muscle in their neck, straining a muscle in the back. It will help encourage good posture when they're carrying their backpack.
Scoliosis is often detected in a patient's youth, and there are some warning signs that parents should be aware of when it comes to, their kids getting ready for school, wearing backpacks. Are there some warning signs that you can talk about this morning?
That's a great question, and the first thing I want to address is that misconception that backpacks or wearing a backpack incorrectly could cause scoliosis. There's no association to backpack use or wearing a backpack and causing scoliosis. It develops from other reasons. The big warning signs, yeah, you're right. It does usually show up in children around the ages of 10 to 13, 14 years age. And the things to look out for is just as you're putting your backpack on your kid is make sure that their shoulders look even, that one shoulder's not higher than the other. Make sure that it doesn't look like they're leaning off to one side, to the left or to the right, and look at their hips. Make sure that their hips look like they're at the same level. Those are the easy telltale signs to see if there's maybe scoliosis happening in your child as they're going through their growth spurt is really what we see. That's what school screenings are for. That's what pediatrician checkups are for, and that's what I see routinely in the office, or families coming in to get checked for potential scoliosis because they notice one shoulder is higher than the other, or their hips don't stand at the same level anymore when they used to. So those are the big sort of warning signs that I think parents can key in on to get early intervention to if potential scoliosis is there.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that backpacks aren't contributing to that aspect and that disorder. Is there something that backpacks can contribute to? If so, what is it, and how do we prevent it?
Yeah, I think what I see most commonly is back pain, and particularly middle of the back muscle strain and neck straining. And then also secondarily to that is it affects your posture. We spend a lot of time, like we're saying now, everything's on a laptop or a tablet, and particularly for kids, we're hunched over, we're rounding our shoulders. That induces rounding of our back, which doesn't put our muscles in a favorable position. And then you compound that with wearing your backpack. And so more often than not, what I'm seeing is muscle strain and this chronic back pain that comes and goes, but is bothersome to children throughout the day. It interferes with their ability to do their after school activities, which is troublesome to parents. And so that's where I think backpacks are really causing a problem is in more of the muscles and just inhibiting kids from feeling like their normal self because they're getting muscle strains and neck pain because of it.
If someone wants to get in touch with Campbell Clinic, they feel their child maybe needs some treatment there, what's the best way to do that?
Yeah, we are always open. We've got easy access on our website, campbellclinic.com. Our phone number is 901-759-3111. There's access. We have after-hours clinics if you ever wanted to walk in and be seen urgently. We're very accessible and always available to help.
Okay, Dr. Keith Orland, Campbell Clinic, we really appreciate the deep dive on backpack awareness and safety as school begins for tens of thousands of Mid-South students. Appreciate the time this morning. Thank you.
Thanks so much for having me. Have a good day.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as all of our digital properties and Action News 5 Plus 5.5. A severe weather alert for you today, a first alert weather day for the potential for strong and severe storms to make their way across the Mid-South and a couple of waves as we go through the day ahead. Let's go hour by hour with that and give you an idea of what to expect as we roll through today, as we'll start off with temperatures in the 70s with a chance for a few pop-up showers. Not a major problem during the morning hours, or at least the front side of the morning. Towards the back end of the morning, a different story will begin to unfold as we'll have a couple of waves of storms to start to develop. The first wave of storms will begin to make its way across the area middle to latter portion of the morning hours into the early afternoon. Things will calm down for a couple of hours, and then we'll kick it back up again overnight tonight into the early hours of tomorrow. With that being said, we'll still be able to manage temperatures up into the middle 80s today. An elevated severe weather risk for much of the Mid-South for today. I'd pretty much say everybody underneath a elevated risk for seeing strong and severe thunderstorms. Don't worry where the lines end and begin. Everybody in the Mid-South features a risk for strong and severe thunderstorms. First wave of storms will be a wind and hail threat mid to late morning into the early afternoon hours. Round number 2 may be a little bit more vigorous as a cold front makes its way through the area. This is a warm front that will move through the region. That's round number 1. Cold fronts tend to have a bit more vigor with them, and so that one will have an all-hazard severe weather outlook for it, meaning wind, hail, spin-up tornado risk to come along with it. That will be late this evening going into the early hours of Thursday morning. And of course, the big thing on mind for many people in Memphis and Shelby County is power outages. Is it a possibility? Yes, I would think that they would be a possibility here today. So something to be cognizant of. Hopefully it won't be widespread, but it is a possibility that we could have a large number of customers, homes and businesses without power in the wake of this storm system. So something to be cognizant of. And then on top of that, considering the fact that we've seen so much in the way of rainfall in the last couple of days, especially across northwest Tennessee and the eastern sections of the Action News 5 coverage area, localized flooding is a concern, especially in low-lying and poor drainage areas. So let's go hour by hour with our futurecast. I think this model is pretty aggressive in showing the storms. They have not really materialized in this fashion, but this is probably the best delineation of how this could play out, where the warm front will set up shop. And I mentioned this yesterday, if you're watching here on the digital desk as well as on Action News 5.5. We were talking about the placement of the warm front, and that was going to be a critical thing in the forecast because that would be the launch point for the first round of storms. This model suggesting that front would likely be from Jonesboro down towards Tupelo, and of course in between there Memphis, DeSoto County communities, as well as Holly Springs over towards Marshall County, Fayette County back up towards Crittenden and over towards Tipton County. A general rule here would be that yes, that would be a possibility and something that you need to be cognizant of. The first wave of storms would likely be more scattered about, but there could be an isolated, strong and severe risk that may come along with this, with strong winds and large hail potential along the warm front. Of course, torrential downpours and frequent lightning. There will be a relative lull in the activity as we get closer to the afternoon and early evening hours. I'd say after dismissal time into the early evening hours, that's when we could see the first wave exiting. Get out the door for the afternoon commute. There might be a few lingering showers and storms, but not to the same extent as what we may see for that period of time as we head into the middle and latter portion of this morning. Then we go into the evening hours. After about 8 or 9 o'clock, then all eyes will turn to the west as the frontal boundary, the cold front, makes its way closer to the region. This particular model suggests that it would move into the western sections of the Action News 5 coverage area by 10 to midnight. I think crossing the Mississippi River between 11 and 1 a.m. and then exiting the southeasternmost communities as we get closer to 1 to 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning on Thursday. The frontal boundary itself will be the ending point of the severe weather risk. So once that front moves past you, the severe weather risk will come to an end, but there will probably be some lingering shower and storm opportunities even into the early morning hours of your Thursday. We may have some issues in North Mississippi as the frontal boundary continues to sink down to the south. Eventually more sunshine breaking back out. We'll call it variably cloudy to mostly cloudy for your Thursday. Highs topping out in the middle to upper 80s for Thursday, and improving weather conditions expected for Thursday. Now Friday probably starts off a little quieter across the Mid-South outside of a passing shower or storm down closer to the frontal boundary, but yet again another warm front is on the way that could kick up some more shower and storm opportunities for parts of the upcoming weekend. We've been tracking these parades of systems. This was the system that brought us the storms on Monday. This one brings us the storms here today and tomorrow morning. Then the next wave of storms likely to come in here as we head towards the end of your Friday. See a cluster of thunderstorms diving out of Arkansas through central Mississippi. And then we may have another wave of storms that lines up along this warm front. That'll take us into the overnight period of Friday into Saturday. Very active period of time. When you look at Moisture Tracker, you can see how deep that moisture is going to be located over the area. Keep in mind the temperatures will also be creeping up. So this is going to be some very muggy air in place, along with the potential for some triggerings of storms from time to time. Keep in mind also, we also have the FedEx St. Jude Championship ongoing over TPC Southwind. That, my friends, may also feature some opportunities for a few showers and storms from time to time that could have some impacts in play. And also, if you're going to be a spectator, it's going to be pretty toasty out there. Eventually, there will be some dry air that will make its way into the area, but it will take until probably Monday evening before it starts to make progress in our direction. And in the wake of that, some quieter weather for a couple of days on end through the middle and latter portion of next week. But we have to get there first. The severe weather threat is in play for the first alert weather day here on this Wednesday. High temperatures topping out generally in the middle to a few upper 80s. Upper 80s tomorrow. Morning clouds and storms will give way to some sun breaks by the afternoon hours. We'll have a chance for a few showers and storms on Friday with a mixture of clouds and sun getting back up to near 90, low 90s on Saturday. Best rain chances on Saturday, front side of the day. So prior to 10 a.m., then the afternoon actually looks pretty quiet. We get into Sunday and Monday. There's that next wave of showers and thunderstorms that could sneak in here late Sunday into Monday. And here comes the front to dry us out heading into mid next week. Stay weather aware. We'll keep you advised here on actionnews5.com as well as the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app.
Amanda Hansen here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It's a program through Regional One Health that identifies vulnerable patients who frequently visit the ER and have numerous inpatient stays and addresses those medical needs. We're talking about One Health, and joining me this morning to talk more about it is Susan Cooper. She is the Chief Integration Officer at Regional One Health. Susan, good morning. How you doing?
Hey, good morning. I'm doing great, thank you.
Well, we're so glad to have you on here. Can you start off by just giving us a little bit of history regarding One Health and what it's all about?
Sure. Well, thank you for having us here today. One Health is a program that we started talking about many years ago that was really spun by an idea around why people were coming back to the emergency department multiple times in the course of the year. And we thought that we needed to take a look at the data and see what it was really telling us. And so in 2018, we received a grant from a local foundation to really do some program planning around our most vulnerable individuals. And what we found is that oftentimes our uninsured patients have some life or health event that sets them into this spiral that doesn't allow them to achieve best health. So we are a city that has complex needs, and we really needed a strategy for how we could bring people together to address these needs of our most vulnerable.
Really, it's a great program. Can you talk a little bit about how it all works, though? What is the process?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, all of this begins with the patient in the middle. We don't do anything with our patient or for our patient without our patient. And we sit down with these identified individuals and ask them questions about what really matters most to them. It's very hard to treat your diabetes if you don't have a sustainable food source or if you don't have a home to live in. And so we go through a screening tool and identify opportunities for the individual to improve their health, whether it's in housing, transportation, food, medications, primary care, et cetera. And then we work with community partners to address these needs. We've got more than 200 community partners that come to the table. That's in healthcare, social services, behavioral health, transportation, food, where we all come together and create a community plan of care so that we all are able to use our expertise to better address the needs of these individuals. This is not a clinical model where the person comes in and sees a provider and then the provider writes a prescription to go get certain things. This is really based on nurses and social workers working together with the patient to identify how to move them forward in their journey to health.
It takes a community, and I love how it's kind of bringing everybody together to help fill those needs to be able to benefit their overall health, because all of those things matter so much. And it seems like y'all fill just a variety of needs, whether that's food, and connects them to those resources, which is incredible. Can you share a little bit about how patients have really benefited from this One Health program? Any particular stories over the years that have just really stood out for you?
We have a number of stories. In fact, one of our patients and our care teams were highlighted in a broadcast that was done internationally. And in Mr. Roberts' case, he's a person that grew up in Memphis. He held jobs since the age of 5. He worked in the trade industries as an adult, but his health started to fail. And as you know, Tennessee is a state that didn't expand Medicaid, so Mr. Robert didn't have access to insurance, and his health needs weren't addressed because he didn't have a card to get in the door to be seen to have those needs taken care of. By coming into Regional One, when he had some significant health issues that required him to have surgery and required him to stay in the hospital for many, many days, unfortunately, in his words, he lost everything he had, including his home, and relationships that he had with his community members. By working with Ashley, one of our care team members, we were able to link him to appropriate medical care. We were able to get him transportation to and from services, not just healthcare services. We were able to link him to insurance benefit determination, and we found that he actually qualified for insurance coverage under a federal program, but these systems are very difficult to use. And so by working with him, we were able to complete the application, make sure he got to those appointments, and now he has those insurance coverage benefits. He gets his prescriptions through Regional One Health. He gets his medical care through Regional One Health. We were able to help him secure housing and also secure things like a sustainable food source and appropriate clothing. So Mr. Robert tells his story, and he says about Ashley, he didn't know what he would have done had it not been her caring for him and helping him secure the things that he needed, not just health care, but also in the social service space to really help him move along his journey to health.
This is so interesting to me. I have done stories in the past when I was living in Arkansas where, I did a story involving the homeless community, and there was a gentleman there that he had some bad circumstances, losing his job, lost everything, had a pacemaker, all these health issues, and he was sitting outside of a Walmart with a sign. And so it was one of those same type of situations where he didn't know what resources were there or even how to go through all of the proper paperwork that involves to be able to get resources that he could need. So that was one thing that we did, was trying to help kind of connect those dots. But to have a program like this, I mean, is a game changer for so many people. And, talking about that, how many people have y'all been able to help with this program?
We serve the most vulnerable of the most vulnerable. We've served almost 750 individuals through the course of the program. We've provided more than 16,000 prescriptions for medications that are needed. We've provided thousands of transportation rides, whether that's through a rideshare service or through MATA. We've been able to house a number of these individuals. We've been able, as health stabilizes and social services, social needs stabilize, a number of these folks have gone through job training and are now employed. We employ some of these graduates through our Regional One Health system, but also through other employers in town. And what we've seen is that we've been able to link 100% of the individuals that have been in the program to primary care, those who needed behavioral health. We have a great partner for behavioral health services. And so we're just really pleased to think about success in terms of not just what success looks like from our standpoint, but what does success look like from the individual standpoint, and understanding that their definition of success is oftentimes very different from ours. And if we can help them achieve their goals, that helps us in turn achieve our goals.
So people watching today, if they're saying, this is awesome, I didn't even know that this was even a program out there, but I want to help, how can people help support this One Health program?
Yeah, thank you for asking that question. This is a program that is funded through philanthropic dollars and certainly through operational funds at Regional One Health. But they can go to our Regional One Health Foundation website, which is www.regionalonehealth.org/foundation to learn about the program. And if they would like to help us keep this program going, they can certainly select One Health and designate funds to that.
Well, Susan Cooper, Chief Integration Officer for Regional One Health, I appreciate your time so much today, and you have a good rest of the day, all right?
Thank you, Amanda. You have a good one, too. Thanks for having us.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk. Money and financial responsibilities. That tops the list of some of the biggest stressors out there for so many American families. The American Heart Association has revealed some new research this morning linking stress to cardiovascular disease. The summertime is supposed to be more relaxing, more chill, I guess you could say. It's supposed to be easier, but many of us feeling more stressed than ever before. Let's bring in psychologist psychologist Andrea Iglesias to discuss more about these stresses and stress levels and how to bring it down. Good morning, Dr. Iglesias. Can you talk about today's biggest stressors for us, according to this study?
Of course. Hi, good morning. So happy to be here with you. So the biggest stressors that we're seeing according to our studies are family responsibility, work, health, money. So stressors can be individual, but these are the things that are coming up over and over again for a lot of people.
Yeah, and I mean, the sky-high inflation, everything's costing more. I'm sure that has to deal with it as well. How does it impact our heart health?
So when people think about stress, they often think about just their mental well-being, but the truth is that stress has an impact on our overall well-being, our physical well-being, and certainly our heart health. So what ends up happening, especially with chronic stress, is that we can see an increase in heart rate and blood pressure and inflammation, as well as some behaviors that may not be very healthy. So not sleeping well, not eating well, not exercising, and all of those things come together to eventually lead to potentially chronic stress. So it's really important that we're paying attention to that connection so that we can prevent things from getting worse.
Who's most at risk when it comes to these stressors, doctor?
So we know that stress levels are going up in general for everybody. So this is something for everyone to pay attention to. But the studies are showing as well that the Hispanic community is particularly impacted. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about today is the American Heart Association's campaign called Protecting Your Well-Being Together. This is a campaign that provides education, resources around this connection between stress and heart health. And it's a campaign that's offered in both English and Spanish. So this is really important because it becomes a resource for everybody, no matter which language they speak.
What are some healthy ways to deal with this stress that Americans are feeling right now?
Well, the most important thing is to think about what are the manageable steps that you can take in your life. So it's going to look a little bit different for everybody, but a few things that you can try are, for example, taking breaks during the day. So depending on your work schedule, thinking how you can protect time to take a breather, to ground yourself, to make sure you're not going back to back, protecting time for exercise. For me, even just going outside for 30 minutes and taking a walk can make a huge difference, being out with fresh air, connecting with loved ones, with family, with friends, making an effort, being really intentional, maybe even making sure that you're having dinner together every night. And of course, grounding yourself in gratitude is really important, has shown to have really positive effects in managing stress.
Yeah, gratitude is big. I certainly see that. We've touched on a number of different issues and ways to help families out there. Where can we get some more information online?
Well, the campaign has some really great resources. So if you go to heart.org/stress, you can find lots of great tips on managing stress and more information on these studies linking, heart disease and heart health with stress. So you can learn more about that and not just educate yourself, but also those around you to make sure that, we're taking care of ourselves and each other.
Okay, psychologist Dr. Andrea Iglesias, we really appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Amanda Hansen here in the Action News 5 digital desk. Now, we are wanting to get out to some breaking news that we are following right now. It is involving an accident with a school bus, and we have Sydney Gray and a crew that's out there right now. This is a live look from the scene. You can see one of the vehicles here. We're wanting to bring Sydney in, waiting for her to get in front of the camera, see if we can get some info. I know that she was able to just speak to some officials on the scene regarding what happened or any information she was able to tell us as far as maybe injuries go, things of that nature. So I want to go ahead and get out to Sydney Gray. She's out on that scene right now, as I mentioned. And Sydney, I know I don't have a lot of information on my end at this point, so you can kind of bring us up to speed on what you've been able to learn so far.
Hey there, Amanda. So we are just getting on scene here. The bus actually with children that we saw just pulled off. We actually walked up and there was a student already talking. He was 17 years old. He was kind of holding his neck area, was in a bit of pain, said that his body kind of jerked forward when that crash did happen. I did just talk with an officer here on scene. He told me that that call came in about 6:54 this morning. Officers were on scene by 7:21. I'm going to move so you guys can take a look. Parker, our photojournalist, is going to show you a look at this vehicle here. It looks like a Tahoe, a blue Tahoe on scene, and you can see, y'all, it is just completely smashed in from the front. I believe it looks like a tire is out. It looks like a very, very bad accident that happened this morning. And also, I did want to mention the school bus. It is a ways down over at the Sonico gas station. That is where we pulled up first. We saw that gas station first before we got closer to the scene, and we could see part of that school bus was smashed in. We also saw that a tow truck is there right now. It's obviously getting ready to be towed away here soon. But again, very early in the investigation, police are still here trying to assess exactly what happened and how it happened. We're going to be on scene for quite some time trying to find more answers for you. I'll bring you updates as we learn new information. For now, I'm reporting live. Sydney Gray, Action News 5.
Sydney, can I ask you real quick? I know you just got on that scene as well. Could you tell what school that bus maybe had been connected to?
You know, the student did mention what school he attends, but I don't have that info for you right now. I'll find that for you, and I'll get it for you the next time you guys come back to me.
All right, Sydney Gray, I appreciate the work you're doing out there, and we'll circle back with you in the next little bit. Hopefully you're able to get a little bit more information to share with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's dive back in. Let's go ahead and get an update on your forecast. Obviously, rain and the storms that are expected to move through is a big thing for a lot of people. They want to know the latest, what they can expect, what time that's going to hit their area. Let's go ahead and get over to meteorologist Patrick Ellis. He's going to fill you in on that.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as all of our digital properties and Action News 5 Plus 5.5. A severe weather alert for you today, a first alert weather day for the potential for strong and severe storms to make their way across the Mid-South in a couple of waves as we go through the day ahead. Let's go hour by hour with that and give you an idea of what to expect as we roll through today. As we'll start off with temperatures in the 70s with a chance for a few pop-up showers. Not a major problem during the morning hours, or at least the front side of the morning. Towards the back end of the morning, a different story will begin to unfold as we'll have a couple of waves of storms to start to develop. The first wave of storms will begin to make its way across the area middle to latter portion of the morning hours into the early afternoon. Things will calm down for a couple of hours, and then we'll kick it back up again overnight tonight into the early hours of tomorrow. With that being said, we'll still be able to manage temperatures up into the middle 80s today. An elevated severe weather risk for much of the Mid-South for today. I'd pretty much say everybody underneath a elevated risk for seeing strong and severe thunderstorms. Don't worry where the lines end and begin. Everybody in the Mid-South features a risk for strong and severe thunderstorms. First wave of storms will be a wind and hail threat mid to late morning into the early afternoon hours. Round number 2 may be a little bit more vigorous as a cold front makes its way through the area. This is a warm front that will move through the region. That's round number 1. Cold fronts tend to have a bit more vigor with them, and so that one will have an all-hazard severe weather outlook for it, meaning wind, hail, spin-up tornado risk to come along with it. That will be late this evening going into the early hours of Thursday morning. And of course, the big thing on mind for many people in Memphis and Shelby County is power outages. Is it a possibility? Yes, I would think that they would be a possibility here today. So something to be cognizant of. Hopefully it won't be widespread, but it is a possibility that we could have a large number of customers, homes and businesses without power in the wake of this storm system. So something to be cognizant of. And then on top of that, considering the fact that we've seen so much in the way of rainfall in the last couple of days, especially across Northwest Tennessee and the eastern sections of the Action News 5 coverage area, localized flooding is a concern, especially in low-lying and poor drainage areas. So let's go hour by hour with our futurecast. I think this model is pretty aggressive in showing the storms. They have not really materialized in this fashion, but this is probably the best delineation of how this could play out, where the warm front will set up shop. And I mentioned this yesterday, if you're watching here on the digital desk as well as on Action News 5.5. We were talking about the placement of the warm front, and that was going to be a critical thing in the the forecast because that would be the launch point for the first round of storms. This model suggesting that front would likely be from Jonesboro down towards Tupelo, and of course in between there, Memphis, DeSoto County communities, as well as Holly Springs over towards Marshall County, Fayette County, back up towards Crittenden and over towards Tipton County. A general rule here would be that yes, that would be a possibility and something that you need to be cognizant of. The first wave of storms would likely be more scattered about, but there could be an isolated, strong and severe risk that may come along with this, with strong winds and large hail potential along the warm front. Of course, torrential downpours and frequent lightning. There will be a relative lull in the activity as we get closer to the afternoon and early evening hours. I'd say after dismissal time into the early evening hours, that's when we could see the first wave exiting. Get out the door for the afternoon commute. There might be a few lingering showers and storms, but not to the same extent as what we may see for that period of time as we head into the middle and latter portion of this morning. Then we go into the evening hours. After about 8 or 9 o'clock, then all eyes will turn to the west as the frontal boundary, the cold front, makes its way closer to the region. This particular model suggests that it would move into the western sections of the Action News 5 coverage area by 10 to midnight. I think crossing the Mississippi River between 11 and 1 a.m. and then exiting the southeasternmost communities as we get closer to 1 to 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning on Thursday. The frontal boundary itself will be the ending point of the severe weather risk. So once that front moves past you, the severe weather risk will come to an end, but there will probably be some lingering shower and storm opportunities even into the early morning hours of your Thursday. We may have some issues in North Mississippi as the frontal boundary continues to sink down to the south. Eventually more sunshine breaking back out. We'll call it variably cloudy to mostly cloudy for your Thursday. Highs topping out in the middle to upper 80s for Thursday, and improving weather conditions expected for Thursday. Now Friday probably starts off a little quieter across the Mid-South outside of a passing shower or storm down closer to the frontal boundary, but yet again another warm front is on the way that could kick up some more shower and storm opportunities for parts of the upcoming weekend. We've been tracking these parades of systems. This was the system that brought us the storms on Monday. This one brings us the storms here today and tomorrow morning. Then the next wave of storms likely to come in here as we head towards the end of your Friday. See a cluster of thunderstorms diving out of Arkansas through central Mississippi. And then we may have another wave of storms that lines up along this warm front. That'll take us into the overnight period of Friday into Saturday. Very active period of time. When you look at Moisture Tracker, you can see how deep that moisture is going to be located over the area. Keep in mind the temperatures will also be creeping up. So this is going to be some very muggy air in place, along with the potential for some triggerings of storms from time to time. Keep in mind also, we also have the FedEx St. Jude Championship ongoing over TPC Southwind. That, my friends, may also feature some opportunities for a few showers and storms from time to time that could have some impacts in play. And also, if you're going to be a spectator, it's going to be pretty toasty out there. Eventually, there will be some dry air that will make its way into the area, but it will take until probably Monday evening before it starts to make progress in our direction. And in the wake of that, some quieter weather for a couple of days on end through the middle and latter portion of next week. But we have to get there first. The severe weather threat is in play for the first alert weather day here on this Wednesday. High temperatures topping out generally in the middle to a few upper 80s. Upper 80s tomorrow. Morning clouds and storms will give way to some sun breaks by the afternoon hours. We'll have a chance for a few showers and storms on Friday with a mixture of clouds and sun getting back up to near 90, low 90s on Saturday. Best rain chances on Saturday, front side of the day, so prior to 10 a.m. Then the afternoon actually looks pretty quiet. We get into Sunday and Monday, there's that next wave of showers and thunderstorms that could sneak in here late Sunday into Monday, and here comes the front to dry us out heading into mid next week. Stay weather aware. We'll keep you advised here on actionnews5.com as well as the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app.
Amanda Hansen back here at the Action News 5 Digital Desk. Now, we really want to switch gears here and dive in and help to share some information about resources and programs that are available to those that are formerly incarcerated to be able to survive inflation, the recession. We're all feeling the impacts of it. And so it's been so difficult, especially for those that are coming out of the prison system and trying to reintegrate back into society. So joining me now to talk more about some of those resources and just some of the struggles that those who are formerly incarcerated are dealing with. This is Stacey Brooks. She is with a nonprofit out of Tennessee called Persevere, and she's joining us this morning. Stacey, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm doing really good. I'm excited to be talking to you this morning and talking more about it because I feel like this is such an important topic to dive into because recidivism, you don't want it to happen. And in order to keep that from happening, those that are coming out of the system really need to be able to have resources to be able to succeed and not fall back into some of the people they maybe ran into in the past, some of the issues they dealt with before. So let's just kind of dive in. Let's start and talk about just some of the struggles that those people face when they're trying to get back into society and reintegrate.
I myself am formerly incarcerated, and so a lot of the things that we do at Persevere has to do with a lot of the experiences that we have had, whether it was a battle with addiction, battle with mental health, the loss of hope. And so what we wanted to do as an organization was provide software development training to individuals that have been impacted by the justice system to give them that hope and an opportunity to not only to provide for themselves, but also for their families. We want them to be able to thrive. And, a lot of times we're faced with barriers when it comes to employment, when it comes to housing. We face transportation barriers. But in the end, if we don't address a lot of those mental health issues or a lot of the addiction issues, it really doesn't matter what training we put them through. There's not going to be a level of success that we're really looking for.
It's definitely a good point because I think that's something that's being brought to the surface more and more is just the resources out there for mental health, because if you aren't healthy mentally, it's hard to really function in general. I definitely believe that everyone needs therapy. And so, of course, being able to get the mental help that anybody needs is so important to have that accessibility. And we were talking about just the financial situation right now. Inflation is impacting everybody. There's the talk of us going into recession and interest rates. I mean, all of that, I'm sure it has to be having a major impact on those that are trying to kind of start anew. What are you seeing and hearing?
Oh, for no doubt about it. There's already this this feeling of well, I have a felony, and so I'm not going to find a job over $8-10 an hour. And when you do have a background and you are fighting for those lower paid positions with individuals that already, they don't have a felony, it just makes it even harder. That's why when we started looking at our organization, we thought, well, technology is the way to go. A lot of individuals can work remotely. A lot of companies don't care as much about the person's background as they do what their technical skills are. So technology just kind of makes sense. Being able to train individuals while they're incarcerated for a highly paid, skilled position, or even after they are in, back in society and continue that education. But it's really hard when you're struggling to find transportation, find the housing, find employment when everybody around you is doing the exact same thing.
Well, and it's hard when you feel like you're starting from scratch. And I mean, because you got to think you have to have a deposit for that apartment, and you have to have a deposit to turn on utilities, and it's not cheap. I mean, I think we all struggle with something like that. So I can't even imagine starting from scratch and then feeling like you already have this shadow that is making it even more difficult. Let's talk about, though, I want to know more about this nonprofit, Persevere, and just some of the work that y'all do. How did you get involved with them? And then let's just talk about what they help to do.
So funny story. I actually met the founder of Persevere while I was incarcerated. I have a background working in recruitment and staffing, and found myself in the Department of Corrections here in Tennessee. And I'd gone up for parole, and they said, "Hey, we're not going to let you out until you have a job." And I was like, "Whoa, wait a minute! I have worked in recruitment and staffing for 17 years at that point." And I thought, well, how am I supposed to help myself behind these walls? And so I started advocating for myself, and I had seen Sean Hossman, who is our founder, multiple times at the central office location for the Tennessee Department of Corrections. And I just approached him and I was like, hey, I heard that you, have struggled with addiction. I heard that you owned your own technology company. I, am looking for employment. Here's my skills. This is what I've done in the past. And so next thing I know, the former commissioner, Tony Parker, approved Sean to hire me. And so I literally walked out the doors with a job in human resource and recruitment for his for-profit company. My vision while I was incarcerated was to help individuals find employment prior to leaving. It was something that I had experienced myself. It was, it was my job in the past. It was my career. I owned my own recruiting firm at one point. And so we really kind of put our ideas together. And then the next thing we know, our nonprofit is up and going. We implemented it in 3 prison facilities in the state of Tennessee in April of 2019, and we've just been growing strong ever since then. We are now not only in the state of Tennessee, but we are also in Arizona, South Carolina, Georgia, Virginia. We are moving into several other states. And here recently, Persevere was granted a Good Jobs Challenge grant. It was a $15.3 million grant that allowed us to expand our program beyond individuals behind the walls. So now we are able to offer our program to absolutely any county and city across the state of Tennessee. And so not only do we focus in that area, but we also won a grant through the federal government to expand our youth program. So we will be working with individuals that are justice impacted by the juvenile system. And then we have a wraparound family approach where we believe that family reunification is one of the most important successes for an individual. And so we have a program where not only do we teach the individuals behind the wall, but also in the community that's been impacted or at risk, and their children between the ages of 9 and 18.
Wow. All of this too. I'm sitting here thinking since 2019. I mean, y'all have been y'all been plugging and going, and it's so impressive. And the thing is it's needed, obviously. I mean, if you see how it's grown and just really taken off since 2019, and it's interesting how certain people get put in your life for a reason, and the timing and how that ends up working out. But it's great to see. This is something that's needed. We talk so much here even about youth violence and helping to get kids back on the right path. And so getting into that juvenile system, I think, is going to be some vital work too. And so I think this is really cool. I think this is awesome that y'all are doing this, and just how the story all came together is really interesting. So I really would love to keep in touch with y'all too, and just any other programs that y'all are kind of getting started and would like to highlight. Definitely reach out to me. But I do want to make sure that we talk about, if someone is watching today and they know someone that is going to be coming out of the system that really wants to kind of need some help just to get back on their feet, or someone who was formerly incarcerated that wants to get some resources, where can people go to be able to get a hold of you guys?
So if you go to our website, it's www.perseverenow.org. And if you click on the family drop down and scroll down just a little bit, there is going to be an application link. And so you can complete an application online, or you can reach us at tnapps@perseverenow.org. And then, of course, we have an office location in Memphis. We are located at 4163 Willow Lake Boulevard. And so we have staff there in the office. We actually hold classes there in the office all day. So it's like a community resource center. We provide mental health training to our participants. We have case management services to our participants. And then we have employment specialists that are there on site that work with you as you complete our program in finding employment.
Well, this is really great. And Stacey, before I let you go, what kind of reaction have you had from people that have been able to benefit from what y'all are doing?
You know, it's so funny. We believe in what we're doing, and so we hire a lot of our graduates. We have several graduates right now that are in a teaching position, or they're in a case management role. You know, it's so great to see someone go from no hope to having hope and thriving. And I just have to share, you know, one of our graduates spent 6 years incarcerated and is now currently making $120,000 a year. And so that's our highest paid individual. Our lowest paid individual is around $50,000 a year. But it really depends, because there's so many different pathways that an individual can go into with the training that we offer. So for me, my proudest moment is just seeing them graduate and thriving and giving back.
Absolutely. And one thing, I mean, just having that hope. I mean, that word right there kind of sums it up. It's just to feel like there is hope for a better tomorrow and a way forward, a way out of the previous situation. Stacey Brooks, this has really been great getting to talk to you. I love hearing about the work that Persevere is doing, and please keep in touch. You have a great morning, all right?
Definitely, you too.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 digital desk, and we have a lot of storms that are expected to move through the Mid-South. It's kind of dark, it's kind of cloudy, but guess what? You want some sunshine today? We got some sunshine for you, because we have Talisa Franklin on the Action News 5 digital desk joining us to talk about all the different things that are happening in Memphis and the Mid-South that will benefit the community. Right, Talisa? Good morning.
Absolutely. You know, Andrew, it's all about showing that community love and giving our community the access that they need to be empowered. And I'm just always honored every week to talk about trending news in the community, because I tell you, the Bluff City has the best information that we can give out in this world. And, you know, this weekend for me, I'm so proud of what Baptist University Hospital, Baptist University School is doing. It's this breastfeeding big event. It is National Breastfeeding Month, this month of August, right? To all us mommies that has breastfed, or you're pregnant and you need to, I'm telling you, I enjoyed the experience of breastfeeding my son. And I tell them from my own personal experience, my son now is 17 and he has very minimal illnesses. So everything that it was told to me that breastfeeding will do for your child, I'm a living witness, it doesn't. And so listen, if you are a mom or mom-to-be, get to this amazing event that's happening at the Bell Baptist Health University right there on Monroe and Pauline this Saturday, and get the tools that you need to really be that best mom and give your child a greatest chance of life. And so this Saturday, you see the information, August the 12th, get there from 11 a.m. to about 2 p.m. They got about 49 community partners. And so you will walk away with all the keys to unlock the greatest door of your baby's life and your life of being a breastfed child and a breastfed mom. And so make sure you get there. And then on this week, y'all, let me tell you, you all know that October is coming up very soon, and we'll have a new mayor in the city of Memphis, right? Well, there's two major organizations that is putting on some town halls and putting on some panels and putting on some meet and greets. And so we really want to talk about that. So the first one that you have on Saturday, you're more than welcome to go to Democratic Women of Shelby County is having a mayor candidate forum. So you can hear about these candidates, right? Just don't go in the booth and just push a number. Push a name, make sure they value what you value, right? That's how I do it. And so there is a focus on women's issue. Their event is happening on August the 12th, 12:30 p.m. at the IBEW Hall, 1870 Madison Avenue in Memphis, Tennessee. It's going y'all by the Honorable Lois Lambert Ryan. She's a judge that did great work on the bench, and she's yet doing great work in our community. So that event is free to the public, is nonpartisan. And so whatever your choice is, Democratic, Republican, or Independent, listen, you should be there to get what you need to get, right? And then there is a 901 up the vote. And what is that, Talisa? It is an opportunity for the whole entire weekend. It's called the People's Convention that is happening right here in the city of Memphis on August 10th. It starts tomorrow until Saturday. Memphis Sports and Event Entertainment Center. I was very pleased to know how Dr. Earl Fisher have put together this event. So, and one day they're talking with everybody that wants to be represented city council. And then one day they're talking about the judges. And one thing we all need to always know about the Memphis city budget and how education is affected. And then our crime and public safety. Y'all know that's a big subject, right? Labor and wages, affordable housing. This event is absolutely free. Up the vote 901 to register. He said, if you don't get a chance to register, it's okay. Just get there. You could do registration on site. They just want to get an idea of the number of people that's coming. But I believe by looking at the lineup, it's going to be a very packed place. It is, again, nonpartisan. Listen, whatever your choice is, we know we got to make choices on our city council and our mayor, and let's do it together with respect that we knowing what we should and who we should not vote for. And so that's really what's trending this weekend is all about the mommies getting this breastfeeding, all that great information, and then getting the knowledge that we need so that our children can thrive and not only survive in the Bluff City. So that's what's trending in this community called Memphis, Tennessee, Bluff City.
I love it. I love it, Talisa. Tell me what you got going on the show later today.
Today, I'm actually talking more with, on today at 10 o'clock, they will hear more about the breastfeeding information about what All Baptist is doing, have a doctor in the house to kind of give us some of the do's and the don'ts of breastfeeding. And I'm just excited to have a conversation because I love telling my breastfeeding stories of breastfeeding my son 17 years ago. And I always tell people I believe in it. And I understand that many people that look like myself probably don't believe in it as much. And I love to champion something I've saw success in. So I'm excited to talk to them today.
Awesome. Talisa Franklin, you never disappoint. You always bring it. And we really appreciate you informing all of us about what's happening in the community. Thanks so very much.
All right. Thank you. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us here on ActionNews5.com, as well as all of our digital properties and Action News 5 Plus 5.5. A severe weather alert for you today, a first alert weather day for the potential for strong and severe storms to make their way across the Mid-South in a couple of waves as we go through the day ahead. Let's go hour by hour with that and give you an idea of what to expect as we roll through today. As we'll start off with temperatures in the 70s with a chance for a few pop-up showers. Not a major problem during the morning hours, or at least the front side of the morning. Towards the back end of the morning, a different story will begin to unfold as we'll have a couple of waves of storms to start to develop. The first wave of storms will begin to make its way across the area middle to latter portion of the morning hours into the early afternoon. Things will calm down for a couple of hours, and then we'll kick it back up again overnight tonight into the early hours of tomorrow. With that being said, we'll still be able to manage temperatures up into the middle 80s today. An elevated severe weather risk for much of the Mid-South for today. I'd pretty much say everybody underneath a elevated risk for seeing strong and severe thunderstorms. Don't worry where the lines end and begin. Everybody in the Mid-South features a risk for strong and severe thunderstorms. First wave of storms will be a wind and hail threat mid to late morning into the early afternoon hours. Round number 2 may be a little bit more vigorous as a cold front makes its way through the area. This is a warm front that will move through the region. That's round number 1. Cold fronts tend to have a bit more vigor with them, and so that one will have an all-hazard severe weather outlook for it, meaning wind, hail, spin-up tornado risks to come along with it. That will be late this evening going into the early hours of Thursday morning. And of course, the big thing on mind for many people in Memphis and Shelby County is power outages. Is it a possibility? Yes, I would think that they would be a possibility here today. So something to be cognizant of. Hopefully it won't be widespread, but it is a possibility that we could have a large number of customers, homes and businesses without power in the wake of this storm system. So something to be cognizant of. And then on top of that, considering the fact that we've seen so much in the way of rainfall in the last couple of days, especially across Northwest Tennessee and the eastern sections of the Action News 5 coverage area, Localized flooding is a concern, especially in low-lying and poor drainage areas. So let's go hour by hour with our Futurecast. I think this model is pretty aggressive in showing the storms. They have not really materialized in this fashion, but this is probably the best delineation of how this could play out, where the warm front will set up shop. And I mentioned this yesterday if you're watching here on the digital desk as well as on Action News 5.5. We were talking about the placement of the warm front, and that was going to be a critical thing in the forecast because that would be the launch point for the first round of storms. This model suggesting that front would likely be from Jonesboro down towards Tupelo, and of course in between there, Memphis, DeSoto County communities, as well as Holly Springs over towards Marshall County, Fayette County back up towards Crittenden and over towards Tipton County. A general rule here would be that yes, that would be a possibility and something that you need to be cognizant of. The first wave of storms would likely be more scattered about, but there could be an isolated, strong and severe risk that may come along with this, with strong winds and large hail potential along the warm front. Of course, torrential downpours and frequent lightning. There will be a relative lull in the activity as we get closer to the afternoon and early evening hours. I'd say after dismissal time into the early evening hours, that's when we could see the first wave exiting. Get out the door for the afternoon commute. There might be a few lingering showers and storms, but not to the same extent as what we may see for that period of time as we head into the middle and latter portion of this morning. Then we go into the evening hours. After about 8 or 9 o'clock, then all eyes will turn to the west as the frontal boundary, the cold front, makes its way closer to the region. This particular model suggests that it would move into the western sections of the Action News 5 coverage area by 10 to midnight. I think crossing the Mississippi River between 11 and 1 a.m. and then exiting the southeasternmost communities as we get closer to 1 to 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning on Thursday. The frontal boundary itself will be the ending point of the severe weather risk. So once that front moves past you, the severe weather risk will come to an end, but there will probably be some lingering shower and storm opportunities even into the early morning hours of your Thursday. We may have some issues in North Mississippi as the frontal boundary continues to sink down to the south. Eventually more sunshine breaking back out. We'll call it variably cloudy to mostly cloudy for your Thursday. Highs topping out in the middle to upper 80s for Thursday, and improving weather conditions expected for Thursday. Now Friday probably starts off a little quieter across the Mid-South outside of a passing shower or storm down closer to the frontal boundary, but yet again another warm front is on the way that could kick up some more shower and storm opportunities for parts of the upcoming weekend. We've been tracking these parades of systems. This was the system that brought us the storms on Monday. This one brings us the storms here today and tomorrow morning. Then the next wave of storms likely to come in here as we head towards the end of your Friday. See a cluster of thunderstorms diving out of Arkansas through central Mississippi. And then we may have another wave of storms that lines up along this warm front. That'll take us into the overnight period of Friday into Saturday. Very active period of time. When you look at Moisture Tracker, you can see how deep that moisture is going to be located over the area. Keep in mind the temperatures will also be creeping up. So this is going to be some very muggy air in place, along with the potential for some triggerings of storms from time to time. Keep in mind also, we also have the FedEx St. Jude Championship ongoing over TPC Southwind. That, my friends, may also feature some opportunities for a few showers and storms from time to time that could have some impacts in play. And also, if you're going to be a spectator, it's going to be pretty toasty out there. Eventually, there will be some dry air that will make its way into the area, but it will take until probably Monday evening before it starts to make progress in our direction. And in the wake of that, some quieter weather for a couple of days on end through the middle and latter portion of next week. But we have to get there first. The severe weather threat is in play for the first alert weather day here on this Wednesday. High temperatures topping out generally in the middle to a few upper 80s. Upper 80s tomorrow. Morning clouds and storms will give way to some sun breaks by the afternoon hours. We'll have a chance for a few showers and storms on Friday with a mixture of clouds and sun getting back up to near 90, low 90s on Saturday. Best rain chances on Saturday, front side of the day, so prior to 10 a.m. Then the afternoon actually looks pretty quiet. We get into Sunday and Monday. There's that next wave of showers and thunderstorms that could sneak in here late Sunday into Monday, and here comes the front to dry us out heading into mid next week. Stay weather aware. We'll keep you advised here on actionnews5.com as well as the Action News 5 First Alert weather app.
Okay, we continue to follow breaking news on the Action News 5 digital desk. A school bus crash that happened a short time ago on East Shelby Drive. We have Action News 5's Sydney Gray live on the scene with some details for us. Cindy, what can you tell us?
Andrew. I hope you guys can hear me now.
Yep, we can hear you.
So we are here on East Shelby Drive and Chula-Homa Road. This is where that crash happened early this morning, just before 7 a.m. We know that Memphis police officers got that call about 6:54 this morning. The officer that I spoke with on scene says they made it here about 7:21 in the morning. We also know 30 students plus the driver were all on that bus when this crash happened. Now, initially we didn't have this info, but I did just learn that the bus driver and a student were taken to the hospital by an ambulance, but the officer on scene tells me those two people, the driver and the student, they are not in critical condition at this time. I do want to direct your attention, though, to this blue Tahoe. You can see just the extensive damage that Tahoe suffered. I mean, the tire is off at this point, right here off of Chula-Homa Road here in this area where the bus crash happened earlier this morning. And so we also know, I talked to the officer and he told me that there were two people who had to be taken to the hospital in critical condition. They were inside of that Tahoe. The officer here told me that a 2-year-old was involved in that crash. Again, both of those people in critical condition. And so I also want to mention that I spoke with a student. That student was 17 years old. He was pretty shaken up. I mean, we saw him moments after this all happened, and he told me that he spoke with his dad. Dad asked him if he was going to be okay. He said he was doing all right. He was holding his neck area, said that he felt a bit of a jerk when that happened. It startled everybody on board, but the 17-year-old told me that they attend Oak Haven High School. That bus was filled with kids from both the high school and the middle school. That is just what we learned earlier this morning, but we'll be here a little bit longer trying to find more information for you about exactly how this happened. That is still under investigation. The road still has this hazard here, as you guys can see, with this Tahoe in this area. They've got at least one lane blocked off still, so that is something you'll want to be aware of for folks who are driving around this area. Back to you, Andrew.
Okay, Cindy Gray reporting live for us there on East Shelby Drive. We really appreciate the breaking details, that new information for us. Thanks so much, Cindy. And then I also want to direct you to actionnews5.com. We have an article posted right now on our website. It's on our homepage, one of the top stories here, and you can see 2 minors injured in a crash involving a school bus on Shelby Drive. And you can read the latest as we continue to update this story. Again, go to actionnews5.com for the latest information with regards to that story. There are so many different strategies when it comes to raising children. Perhaps you have one. Perhaps your grandparents instilled different strategies. Well, it was the subject of a Best Life report because there's some brand new research that revealed really a lot of certain techniques have proven to build happy and successful children. Check this out. Taking your child from here to here is never easy. There will be mistakes from both the kids and the parents. But one thing parents can do to build successful children is giving them the opportunity to learn from low-risk mistakes.
There's learning that happens when children experience some challenges academically.
Researchers believe letting children make mistakes and then learn from them allows kids to build problem-solving and critical thinking skills, along with boosting their comprehension and retention of new information. Parents can also build competent kids by giving them more free time. Psychologists from the University of Colorado and the University of Denver discovered children who spent more time in structured activities had problems working toward goals, making decisions, and regulating behavior.
Our children don't get the opportunity to become independent.
And researchers at MIT, Harvard, and the University of Pennsylvania found having back and forth conversations is one of the best things parents can do to develop one of the most important skills for children, communication. Studies show kids with strong communication skills are more likely to have healthier relationships, longer marriages, higher self-esteem, and grow up to be great negotiators. It was previously thought kids from higher income families developed better language skills because they were exposed to about 30 million more words during the first years of life. But researchers found back and forth conversations benefited all kids, regardless of background. With ways to live your best life, I'm Andrew Douglas, Action News 5. Okay, so let's talk about the FedEx St. Jude Championship. The course is ready for the biggest tournament in Memphis. This is TPC Southwind, featuring the top golfers from around the world tomorrow. And even if you're not a hardcore fan, you don't want to miss this party. It is so much fun. I got to admit, I bring my kids and my wife each and every year. Our Cindy Hawkins is helping you plan ahead with what you need to know about parking.
Parking at the FedEx St. Jude Championship is going digital this year, meaning you can get your parking passes early and pull right in. FedEx headquarters at 3640 Hacks Cross Road is the site of general parking for the tournament. Parking passes are $20 per day and credit card only if you purchase in advance. The website, FedExChampionship.com. Rideshare is another option, and tournament organizers have made it easy to use. Just enter FedEx St. Jude Championship as your destination, and you'll be dropped off at the rideshare entrance at 3400 Players Club Parkway, just in between the number 1 green and number 2 tee. When you leave, you'll exit through the rideshare entry and follow signage to the designated rideshare pickup area outside the gates. Handicap accessible parking is also available at 3400 Players Club Parkway, where guests can catch a shuttle to the main tournament entrance. Once on site, golf cart shuttles will be available to take guests to shuttle stops around the course. Whether you drive here, Uber, or Lyft, there will be plenty of signage to direct you to the proper entrance. Gates will open at 7 in the morning, and to get your parking passes now, you can visit FedExChampionship.com. Reporting from TPC Southwind, Sydney Hawkins, Action News 5.
We know the Memphis Zoo is one of the top zoos in the country, if not the best. More than 3,500 animals there. Well, now there's a new up-close and personal way to really experience the zoo. Kim Clark has more in this 5-star story.
The Memphis Zoo, consistently ranked one of the top zoos in the country, is home to more than 500 species of rare and exotic animals. And while there is always plenty to see and do during a regular visit, the zoo's expanded Close Encounters program is truly something to roar about.
Our Close Encounters are a program for our guests to get an inside look at what animal care and conservation looks like at the zoo. We get to take them behind the scenes and see some of our animals up close.
Our Close Encounter started with the zoo's 2 white rhinos, Maggie and Keto.
They're kind of sweet. We actually kind of compare them to a puppy dog crossed with a tank.
Puppy indeed. Keto seemed to enjoy my pets and scratches. White rhinos were once considered extinct, but thanks to conservation efforts, they're at a safer status today than in years past. And their sheer majesty and size can only really be appreciated up close.
So a lot of people are just really impressed with their size, because this is as close as you're going to be able to get to a rhino.
From supersized rhinos to something more petite, red-ruffed lemur triplets Carme, Titan, and Puck, and the more senior black and white lemurs Pepe and Penelope did not disappoint with their all-seeing eyes, gracefully taking raisins right from my fingertips.
They're smart and they're fun to work with, they're fun to spend time with, and they have really awesome personalities.
And speaking of personality, Asian small-clawed otters Ankar, Amiri, Tanaka, Indari, and Shah have plenty, along with their love for mealworms and fish.
They have definitely been the most popular. People definitely love the lemurs, but everyone really loves otters.
Hagrid, Frank, Al, and Fred are the zoo's Galapagos tortoises. Maybe not something you think of petting, but not so fast.
They really enjoy petting the tortoises, and it helps that the tortoises really enjoy being pet, as well as all the free lettuce they get.
In addition to the petting and feeding, you're also likely to take away a good bit of information during your close encounters, like tortoises can require multi-generational ownership, so research carefully before considering one as a pet.
People really seem to be interested in how old they can get and how big they can get. And they can get very old, up to 150, and they can get very big, up to 550 pounds.
How about meeting one of the 17 African black-footed penguins that reside at the Memphis Zoo? On this particular day, our little hen Millie wasn't interested in an encounter. But that's not completely unexpected.
Because while they do live in the zoo, they are still a wild animal, and we want to offer them the choice and control in this situation, so they get to choose how much they want to interact with the people versus how much they don't want to interact.
After all, zookeepers say the whole point of these close encounters is not to invade the animal's sense of security, but to further the Memphis Zoo's mission of creating adventures and saving wildlife.
It all ties back to us accomplishing our mission, which is to save animals in nature. So this money helps to support our conservation work, our research work all around the world, so that we can help protect species in their natural habitat.
Memphis Zoo Close Encounters make us proud to help in the conservation of some really special animals. Kim Clark, Action News 5.
Looking ahead, an invitation has been extended to celebrate Day 1 at the newly renovated Tom Lee Park downtown. Memphis River Parks Partnership wants to, well, celebrate and recognize the multi-million-dollar makeover with a day-long event Saturday, September 2nd. Day 1 at Tom Lee Park begins at 11 o'clock in the morning, followed by a ribbon cutting at noon, and then an afternoon of programs and activities. Tory Lanez is headed to prison for shooting rapper Megan Thee Stallion. The Los Angeles DA says he was sentenced to 10 years behind bars. A jury convicted him of shooting Stallion in Hollywood Hills back in July 2020. She accused him of shooting her in the foot following an argument as she left the vehicle they've been riding in together. Singer Ciara and her husband, Denver Broncos quarterback Russell Wilson, are expecting another baby. 37-year-old Ciara announced on Instagram that she's pregnant. The video shows her standing forward-facing, then she turns to the side to reveal her baby bump. Okay, one brave and quick-thinking 11-year-old saved her family from a burning house. Victoria Poirier spoke with the young hero in Arlington about the action that saved lives.
Around 7 a.m. Sunday morning, 11-year-old Addison Carter woke up and walked downstairs with her dog in hand. That's when she saw something she had never seen before.
And I saw that the garage door was like, there was smoke all coming out of it, and I knew that wasn't normal.
Addison knew then she had to do something about it quickly. Immediately, she went to her parents to wake them up. But at the time, she had no clue the extent of the smoke.
Even though I couldn't really tell what she was saying there's a fire, something's wrong, there's smoke.
After waking up her parents, Addison knew the next step was to get everyone else out of the house. From waking up her sister to putting shoes on her grandmother, Addison stayed calm but moved quickly, knowing she didn't have much time to get everyone out safely.
We got around is when we realized half the house was on fire, and Addison was actually opening the gate for us to all come out.
Within 5 minutes, Addison saved 7 lives, including her dog. Now she has a message for other kids who may go through emergency situations.
And if you know that something isn't right, try to tell someone immediately, because it could save your life.
Her mother says she's proud of her daughter's bravery and very grateful to still have her family.
It was just a chain of events, and then we were out, and it's all because of her.
In Arlington, Victoria Poirier, Action News 5.
I want to go now to an interview that we have set up here with the managing partner and majority owner of Elvis Presley Enterprises. Joel Weinshaker is joining us now to talk about Elvis Week that's coming up in just a few days. Joel, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. Hopefully everyone's safe getting through that storm.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a lot of stuff that we're monitoring right now, but certainly nothing too crazy or too severe right now. Just a lot of rain and a little bit of wind. But, you know, Elvis Week is something that is so big and so much of a tradition here in Memphis and the Mid-South. Thousands from all over the country, all over the world come to Graceland. And this year does not expect to disappoint at all. Tell us some of the highlights about this year's Elvis Week.
You know, it's really, you know, if you think about it, it's really to remember and appreciate Elvis. And people do, tens of thousands of people come in from all over the world. And, you know, if you think about how important that is even to Memphis tourism, because August is, you know, kids are going back to school and it's a little bit of a decline. But it's just so important. And even more so because, you know, if you think about it, this year we're not only remembering Elvis, we're remembering Lisa.
No question about it. Go ahead.
It's gonna be memorable. It's gonna be really interesting. We have guests that have never appeared before. Linda Thompson, who was very important to Elvis over a number of years. Jerry Schilling will be here. We're doing a conversations with for Lisa. And one of the things I'll share with you all, if you promise not to tell anybody yet, because we're not going to do anything. We're not going to tell anybody about it till next week. Elvis was really big into giving back. And he used to have yearly, he used to give $1,000 each to 50 Memphis charities. And obviously there's been a little bit of inflation since. And when Elvis passed away, I asked everyone to not bring flowers, to not do anything, but to actually donate money to the Elvis Presley Foundation. And we're going to announce next week that the first part of those donations, we're going to donate $5,000 each to 20 worthy Memphis charities. And that's going to be the first batch of the donations, by far not the last. And it's really important because it was really important to Elvis. It's really important to our community in Whitehaven, to Memphis, and to Shelby County.
That's fantastic news, and that's certainly gonna brighten a lot of charities and local organizations' day when that announcement is made. Do you know when that announcement's going to be made? That's exciting.
Yeah, you all are the first people hearing about this. I actually had to call Jack, who's Jack is the president at Graceland, and he's been there forever and ever, just to make sure, if I do this, can we actually make sure we put it together in time? So we're going to be announcing it on the 15th in Lisa's conversation, which will really be just, you're going to see amazing footage, things that you've never seen before with Lisa. There's going to be a number of announcements, but we're going to be listing the 20. And I'm sure my phone's going to start ringing after this interview starts airing, but it's going to be the first. So this isn't the only donations we're making this year. We're also going to do a really nice and special Christmas round of donations, but it's going to be the first of many.
Let's talk about, you mentioned off the top, this is not only Elvis Week and certainly remembering Elvis, but also Lisa Marie. Tell me how different some of the programs are and the plans this year.
It's similar and it's different. It's going to be different because, Elvis chose, very succinctly, to leave everything to Lisa. It wasn't by accident. It wasn't by happenstance. I think somehow he knew that Lisa would be the one to carry his torch to really do the things that Elvis wanted to do. And she had said to me many times that the best years of her life by far were those years she spent in Memphis with her dad. So there's going to be, Lisa's going to be sprinkled throughout. Her voice is very important. What we're going to be doing over the next 5 or 10 years at Graceland, we built the largest hotel 6 or 7 years ago that had been built in Memphis in almost 100 years. We added tens of millions of dollars in taxes that go to the city, county, in terms of more people coming to Graceland, spending more time, doing more things at Graceland. And, to honor Lisa, to honor Elvis, we're going to be doing a lot more things. There's going to be some really great television specials. There's going to be some really great movies coming out in the future that the estate is involved in. So it's about, Elvis is forever. He is one of those people who lasts beyond generation after generation. When you come to Graceland, the largest group of people aren't in their 60s or 70s. They're in their 20s and 30s because he was that important. And when you saw the great Baz Luhrmann movie, you were reminded by that. But it's going to be sprinkled throughout. But what you're going to see is the positivity. We're past COVID. We're past all of these restrictions. We're living our lives again. And Elvis really defined what it meant to live an American life, to live with those opportunities. We're in a land of opportunity. We try to give opportunities to people. And what you're going to see is a resilience, is people coming back and saying, we deserve to be happy. We deserve to do fun things.
All kinds of music, various discussions, listening events, concerts, different things that are happening over several days here. It begins on Wednesday, and some great names that are going to be a part of this event. Can you talk about some of the names and how people can get involved?
You know, it's obvious. Listen, Jerry Schilling is always at the top of my list. He was Elvis's best friend. He was the person who really made sure that Elvis was taken care of even after he died. He did everything that he could, and he still does to this day. And there aren't many people who are in Elvis's lives today who really think about Elvis first. Linda Thompson, who is really important. And when you come through Graceland, the last renovation that was actually done, obviously we didn't change anything before Elvis's death was Linda. She actually, and she's doing a small private tour one night to talk about that. Unfortunately, it sold out as soon as it went on. But there are, dozens of people in Elvis's lives who are going to be there. There are something for everything, regardless of what portion of Elvis's life. If you like, the people who sing like Elvis, if you like to watch films that you've never seen before, all of these things last for a week. There are things for everybody. If you check out the schedule on Graceland.com, there's something for everybody. And it's really just a time to remember and to appreciate who Elvis was and what he has spawned, what he has done for America, what America became because of Elvis.
You got Dennis Quaid, Lee Majors, Jay Osmond, John Schneider, Pam Tillis, Darlene Love. Looks like an amazing schedule from August 9th through the 17th. Anything else we can mention, Joel, that we haven't mentioned you feel is important that you'd let our viewers know?
No, it just really, we do this, as illogical as it seems to people in Memphis, this isn't about earning a lot of money that we do this. We do this for Elvis, but we also understand the importance of what this does in August for Memphis. It's really about bringing people from all over the world who aren't spending a few hours, which is what they used to do at Graceland on their way to Orlando or wherever they were going, but actually get them to spend several days and really discover Memphis. So it's about Graceland, but it's also about Memphis.
Okay, and if anyone wants to check out some of the events and some of the spectacles happening between August 9th and August 17th, you can go to Graceland.com. Joel Weinshanker, really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much. Good luck on this year's Elvis Week.
Great. Thank you all.
Amanda Hansen here in the Action News 5 digital desk. We want to talk about a program that's really doing great things, an organization that's doing great things in the city of Memphis. We're talking about Families Matter. We recently highlighted them in their Affirm program, which stands for A Father's Involvement Really Matters. But they do several things. They have partnerships with schools and hospitals in the area. And so we're going to be highlighting them today to talk more about it. And joining us here on the digital desk is Carol Jackson. She is the executive director at Families Matter. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing really good. And I think that y'all are doing such great things in the city of Memphis. As I mentioned, the Affirm program, really incredible. And so let's just, for people that maybe aren't familiar with Families Matter, talk about the organization and the mission.
Well, Families Matter is an organization that we are actually we're a nonprofit, faith-based organization working here in the city of Memphis, the county of Shelby, all of Shelby County, and surrounding areas, teaching youth and adults, families, healthy relationship skills. Our mission is to strengthen families, change lives, and transform Memphis. And we know that education is one way that we can do that. Our major purpose is to work within schools, within churches, with our collaborative partners in order to make Memphis a wonderful place to live. And that's what we're endeavoring to do in all of our programs.
And obviously it's back to school season, kids heading back to the classroom. And I know one of your organizations focuses on young men. Can you tell us more about that program and what it's all about?
Yes, I'd love to. That's the 12 Principles of Manhood, where we're in elementary schools, we're in high schools. We're actually working with some of those collaborative partners teaching that as well, where the men, first of all, I need to just tell you that we believe in men teaching men. And so I believe Frederick Douglass and Truett Cathy made a statement that it's better to build boys than to repair men. And so what we're doing with the 12 Principles of Manhood is helping young men understand character building. It's all about them building character. And, within our program, men teach boys and men so that they begin to see a positive male role model in their lives. We believe that that is so very important. And so the 12 Principles of Manhood, I have to read it because I don't teach those programs, but it's today I will stand and be a man. What you have on the camera right now is one of those sessions. Today, I will stand before my Creator and give thanks for the respect for I am respectfully and wonderfully made. And then there's another principle that talks about how today I will treat women with respect because my mother is a woman. And then it goes on to say, today I will confront my mistakes, admit my mistakes, and learn from my mistakes so that I do not make that mistake again. So these principles are created. There's 12 of them, and they're created so that the person will learn them. First of all, learn it, be able to recite it, and then they will learn a practical way of using it, and then they will learn how to actually apply it to their everyday lives. So it's like a third part to each principle that the young boys and the men are taught so that they can move forward in their lives in a very positive manner.
And really, you mentioned this, but just talking about the father's role in a young man's life, maybe can you share a little bit about the impacts of those who maybe don't have their dad in their life and present, and what that can do for a child?
Well, I actually believe that part of the crime that we experience here in Memphis and around the country has to do with the absence of fathers being in their children's lives. Fathers play an important role as far as guidance is concerned. And so when that is not there, so many times what we see, it appears to be anger, because when a child goes up against an adult or something happens and they lash out, that looks like anger. But in so many instances, what's coming forth is hurt that's disguised as anger. And so men, boys, girls, families, they need that they need that man, they need that protection, they need that guide. They need that financial support that men are supposed to give to their children and to their families. Remember, we're faith-based, and I'm unapologetic about that. We're faith-based, and we believe that there was a rule that was given in a book that was created years and years and centuries ago called the Bible. And when we deviate from the Word of God, then we open ourselves up to some of the things that we're getting today. And so our programs are they're biblically based on principles that we receive from the Bible. We don't go in with the Bible talking about that and doing all that. However, it is very much a part of what we're doing and how we do what we do.
And really, it makes a lot of sense what you were talking about. And one thing that stood out to me was even saying the father's role being the protector. And when they're not there, these young men feel like that they need to be the ones stepping up, protecting the family, and helping to be there and provide. And that's tough on a kid.
It's very tough. In fact, my husband was in a class, I believe it was at Robert R. Church Elementary School, and one of the little boys said to him, fifth grader, said to him, I'm the one that protects my family. How does a fifth grader, maybe a 9, 10, maybe 11-year-old young man, young boy, because you're a boy at that point, how does a boy come to the conclusion that at that young age, he has to be the one that protects his family? There's a pattern, and the pattern is you become a boy, then you go into a man, then you become a husband, and then you become a father. So when we get out of that pattern, we've actually gotten into things that cause some of the issues that we currently see on the streets of Memphis and around the country. So there is a pattern that we need to follow, and Families Matters' goal is to help fathers, help them understand their role within the family structure and how they can really impact the lives of their children, be they girls or boys, and the mothers that they fathered these children by.
And, you know, I love the Affirm program. I think that that is a great thing that y'all have and that y'all are doing. And of course, for those, if you were just joining in, it stands for A Father's Involvement Really Matters. So let's kind of talk the flip side. What are some of the positive impacts that happens when there is that father that's present, that's there, that can be the one providing guidance, protection? Talk about that.
Well, when a father is involved in their children's life, and when we're talking about those positive male role models that understand, first of all, that each child is different. So you cannot have a cookie cutter idea of how to raise a child because each child is different. So we need to know our children. So it can reduce the stress that children go into. And so many times I was raised in my dad died when I was 7. So basically my teenage years, it was my mom and I. But I had uncles that stepped in. I had cousins that stepped in to provide some of that protection. So it reduces some of the stress that children that they have when there's not a positive male role model in the home. What it also does is with so many of our students, it increases their grade level. It increases their grade average in school. So they do better in school. It is a statistical fact that children that grow up in the home with a father there, they feel more protected. And not only that, but they earn more income as they go out into the world. Why? Because they see a person in so many cases that is productive in some field of employment. Another thing that it does is for young women, it decreases the number of not only young women, but young men, but those that get involved in sexual activities at a young age. So there's so many different things that happen when a positive male role model is in their child's life. And one of the things that we're talking about with Affirm, A Father's Involvement Really Matters, is helping those fathers not only understand their role, but also trying to get those fathers to go back into the lives of the women that they have fathered children with and do a co-parenting agreement so that both the mother and the father have come to a conclusion on different things that they want, different goals that they want to set for their children. I believe it is a groundbreaking, revolutionary program, and we are thrilled about being able to do this program in Memphis and Shelby County.
And I know that y'all collaborate with schools, churches, hospitals. Can you talk about those partnerships?
Yes, most definitely. We have some great partnerships with schools, with churches. Of course, you know, everyone is still reeling from COVID. And so we're trying to reestablish a lot of the relationships within Shelby County schools, and that will happen. We have a relationship with Advanced Memphis. We have a relationship with the Women's Foundation. We have a relationship with Agape Child and Family Services. So there's a lot of relationships that we're building. The different employment agencies, barbershops. We are going into the highways and hedges and literally compelling people to understand what we're doing and asking them to support us in whatever way they can so that we get fathers and men into some of these sessions and also help them with jobs if that's what they need, and help them do those things that they need to do to help themselves grow better. So, because so many times when children see you doing better, then they want to emulate what you're doing. So if we can help those fathers, help those moms, then it helps the children. We also have a wonderful collaboration with juvenile court. And so we're trying to work in every segment of Shelby County to make sure we have the right type of collaborations so that we can touch the parents that need to be touched with this program.
And just listening to you talk, I hear your passion, and this is something that obviously is really deep for you to be able to do this. Can you talk about, I don't know if you mentioned this, but when did Families Matter get started? And then what was it, how did you know that this was your calling?
Oh, that's a great question. And thank you for leading me there. First of all, Families Matter was started back in 2004, and my husband and I at that point lived in Denver, Colorado. He had a passion to work with his brother, so he wanted to come to Memphis to do that, and he's a business person, so he was going to work with his brother in church. Well, that mere thought just broke my heart because I left children and grandchildren in Denver, Colorado. So I began to really seek God for the truth. I just wanted to know, if you would allow my heart to be broken to this point, why? And so I began to just seek him. And I found Families Matter just through going to meetings with my brother-in-law. And when I found it, it made sense to me. But at that point, it was a marriage strengthening organization. And I love marriage and I wanted to work in marriage strengthening, but I was in a class and I heard a father say, you know, this is my girlfriend's having a baby and I'll probably have another one with my next girlfriend. And I thought, something's wrong with that. There's something really wrong with that thought pattern. And so I came back and I said to my husband, we have to go deeper with fatherhood. And I believe the reason is because I was a child of a 15-year-old mother. And I still do not know the exact, I don't know my father. And so there's things that I know, pain that I had, that I know that children experience when there is that void and it can't be filled. And so I want to help children. I want to help fathers to understand, first of all, their value within for themselves, and then their value for their children and for their families. And my passion is just because of what I understand that children go through when there's not the right type of guidance to just lead you down the path where you should go. Now, it's not to say you're not going to make some mistakes, you're not going to deviate from that path to some degree, but at least when it's there, you can return to it when you become mature enough to understand that the information that you've been taught is great information and it should be followed. So my passion comes from, first of all, my background, and then the mere fact that my husband and I have 6 children, and I recognize without a shadow of a doubt that they would be on a totally different path if we had not been able to keep it together and do our work within our family together, building healthy relationship skills with our children, with their teachers, with people around them, and helping them understand who they are and the importance of who they are.
And we see you putting that passion into play with all the work you're doing. If we have a viewer that's watching right now, maybe looking for some support and some of the services that y'all offer, what do they need to do?
What we ask them to do, first of all, is contact Families Matter. And you can do that a couple of ways. You can do that by calling our number, which is 901-260-8520. And you can also follow us on social media. So we are here to serve. I believe that we all of the people that we have brought on with us are as passionate in some cases as I am, as far as making sure that this work is done and that we do it with excellence. So I thank you for this opportunity, and families do matter. That's the groundbreaking rule for what I'm all about, is the mere fact that families do matter.
And if there's people right now that are watching that say, you know what, I feel called to help, how can the public get involved?
I want them to call me, because when we're talking about getting involved, I need them to understand the importance of being involved. You know, when we go into the schools and when a teacher or administrator, principal, whoever it is, invite us in, especially to do 12 Principles of Manhood, that involvement is a school year involvement, because from the time they invite us into the school, when we start teaching the 12 Principles of Manhood, we want those 2 individuals that are assigned to a particular school to be with those students the entire school year. So we go in sometime in September, because school the teachers have to get themselves together at the beginning of school. So when they invite us in September, October, then we're with those students from October until school ends in May. And we want the same 2 individuals to be in that particular classroom. So in order to be involved, I would love for them to contact me. And my cell phone number again is 901-351-1124.
Well, Carol, this has just been such a great interview, and I can see your passion, and so I'm so glad that you're putting it to use the way you are. And of course, good luck as you continue into this new school year, and feel free to come back on the Digital Desk anytime.
I would love to come back on the Digital Desk. And I want to say one more thing. We're having another graduation coming up on August 17th for the Affirm program. And at this graduation, I believe there's about 11 people that will be graduating or receiving some type of milestone payment for the accomplishments that they've had within the last 8 weeks. So please join us on that date.
Well, Carol Jackson, Executive Director for Families Matters, thank you so much, and you have a great one.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Good morning, everyone. Andrew Douglas in the Action News 5 Digital Desk. It is a first alert weather day. We have multiple rounds of storms expected to come through the Memphis Mid-South area. We want to get an update on where we stand in terms of the forecast. We have meteorologist Patrick Ellis now joining us from the Weather Center. And Patrick, I know that you were talking about this for several hours this morning. Where are we? I can see a little bit behind you. Where are we in terms of the severe weather risk?
Off pretty quietly. We started off pretty quietly this morning, but storms are already beginning to build fairly quickly. For our friends in northeastern Arkansas, they're already starting to see some pretty strong storms. Not severe right now, but they're right on the precipice of becoming strong to severe. Within the last few hours, the SPC, the Storm Prediction Center, came out with a new outlook that now pushes our severe weather risk a little bit higher for today. We're going to keep that medium threat for damaging straight line winds. Large hail also may be a possibility as well. We'll put that in the medium category as well. And a lower end tornado threat, but still a tornado threat nonetheless, especially for northeastern Arkansas and the Boot Hill of Missouri. It looks like a slightly higher chance. I would put in those locations up to a medium category for a tornado in those locations, as we will have several waves of storms to contend with. We're already starting to see some of those showers and thunderstorms getting a little bit closer to us. Here's a look at first alert Doppler radar here. We're getting that warm front that is now working its way north, where we had one little batch of showers not terribly long ago. It's now pushing up closer to Haywood County, back down towards Hardeman and McNairy counties, as well as eastern portions of Fayette County. More showers now advancing towards Memphis and Shelby County, into western DeSoto County, back up towards the north and west into portions of Cross County, back into Crittenden County as well. And that stretches all the way down towards Oxford. Let's take a look at the storms that we are tracking here this morning. Of course, the bigger storms that are currently making their way across the Mid-South, these are going to be the ones that are up here closer to Jonesboro, Arkansas. And of course, those storms are getting pretty active right now. Tons of lightning associated with them. And that is the first wave of storms. Now, that's a positive note, I guess, in the sense that right now only a few sections of the Action News 5 coverage area are getting involved in those stronger storms. That's going to be mainly for Poinsett County up towards Craighead and Greene counties in Arkansas, heading towards Dunklin and Pemiscot and northern Mississippi County as well. So heads up for our friends in Mississippi County. And eventually, if this all holds together, we're talking about for our friends closer to Lauderdale County, Dyer County, and heading up towards Lake and Obion counties as well in the northwestern corner of the state. Beyond this, on the south end of this line here, severe weather threat not looking as impressive right now. The thing is that that's because the warm front, it's working its way farther to the north. This area here is about to become very juiced up for storms later on today. And the farther south that you go away from this frontal boundary, the more juiced up the atmosphere may turn as we head through the next few hours. So guess what? That frontal boundary that we were talking about here this morning, making its way across the area, it is now beginning to make progress in our direction. And of course, ahead of that, you might have some strong winds and also large hail potential to come along with it as well. We'll elevate those rain chances here for the next couple of hours. That's wave number 1 of storms. If we can get through this without severe weather, that's good news, okay? Because because we got to get set up for the second round of storms. And that one comes in here this evening into tonight. And I think that the environment tonight actually is a little bit more robust than what we have here this morning. That's what we will look at here in just a second. What we call the low-level jet, or basically about 5,000 feet above our heads, okay? A little stream of air. That is coming directly out of the south and west. That is coming in here at 60, 70, 80, 85 miles per hour, okay? Even higher than that in some instances, maybe closer to 100 miles per hour, just above our heads. It doesn't take very much for one of these thunderstorms that are going up 40, 50,000 feet up into the sky to transfer some of that wind energy down towards the surface. That coupled with a southerly wind coming in across the region, backing around to the south and west, that is a recipe for the potential for a tornado risk. So that's something else we're also having to deal with. Here's a look at that storm threat. And again, don't worry where the lines end and begin. Everybody in the Mid-South underneath a risk for strong and severe storms. And if I were to hone in on a higher, more significant risk for strong and severe thunderstorms today, I'd say it would be for Poinsett County, Mississippi County, Tipton, Lauderdale, Dyer, at least in our coverage area. The farther north and west that you go, the potential does go up a little bit higher. But even here in Memphis, I think damaging straight line winds will be a possibility. And I think we're getting to a point that where if we get a strong line of storms to push across Memphis and Shelby County, power outages won't just be possible, they'll be likely. So that's another thing that we'll have to hone in on. I think that will be the second round of storms that will be more prevalent. The first round of storms, again, we said earlier, more limited in scope when it comes down to the risk for severe weather, but still a chance nonetheless. The main event is more so this cold front, though, comes sweeping through here this evening into early Thursday morning. But that does not mean that we need to discount this round number one, which will be more so large hail potential and strong gusty winds. I'd say damaging winds more so in the realm of round number two later on this evening into early Thursday. And again, if we get damaging winds moving through here, power outages won't just be possible, they'll be likely. And also localized flooding, that's another concern. So here's a look at one model. This is the HRRR model, okay, the high resolution rapid refresh model. This is going to give you another indicator of what we're looking at. This model initializing pretty good on what we are dealing with at the present. So we've got that line of showers and thunderstorms advancing towards the north. Notice there are a couple of clusters of storms that then come shooting down south along that boundary. At some point, those storms that are up in northeastern Arkansas are going to hit a wall, and we'll have to follow the wall to another point, which will likely be at the edge of the coverage area. So at some point, those storms are going to start turning back down towards the south and east and come down that boundary. So that's the question mark. Where does the boundary end up setting up? This is something that we said all day yesterday, all day today. Where does that boundary set up? Because that's going to be the launch point for the first round of storms, okay? This particular model suggests basically right through the heart of the Mid-South. That's round number one, okay? And in some instances, you'd be able to say, okay, we've got one storm out. We shouldn't have any fuel for the next round. But look what's happening down to the south and west. Skies are clearing, heating up as well. Temperatures in the middle and upper 80s down here in southwestern corner of the Action News 5 coverage area, northwest Mississippi, east central Arkansas. That's underneath that warm front. Get a lull in the activity, okay? So that's round number one. Should be out of here by dinner time. Relative lull in the activity. Then this evening, round number two gets active. This will be the cold front approaching us. This one will be the more prolific wind scenario that will likely come into play. Look at the time frame here. That's 10 p.m. approaching the northwestern corner of the Action News 5 coverage area, shifting through the Mid-South or the heart of the Mid-South through Memphis sometime between about 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. Timing is going to be relative here. It can change. It will likely change here in the short term. Just be prepared that there will be not just one but two rounds of storms, and one of those rounds of storms will be after many of us go to bed tonight, okay? Going into the early morning hours, Couple of more little surges of wind possible blowing through here through early Thursday morning, 4 o'clock in the morning. You're joining us on Action News 5, myself and Taylor Tucker. We will still probably have some rain and storms ongoing, exiting down the I-22 corridor, heading into northeast Mississippi, and lingering showers possible in the wake of the front moving out. Guess what? Get to morning time, most of the storms are done, but the problem is that whatever happened during the overnight period is going to be a big problem for you for that morning commute tomorrow. That includes power outages, power poles, trees, all those things coming down. If they do happen, will still be in play for that morning commute, even though storms may be on the exit. Maybe a lingering shower chance. Better storm opportunity still possible tomorrow afternoon south of I-40 near the frontal boundary. So we may still have some storms in places like Tunica over to Holly Springs, Oxford, Ripley, and down towards Tupelo. And then fairly quiet going into the overnight period of Thursday into Friday. I'd like to talk about, obviously, this is the first wave of storms moving through the area. Second wave comes along the cold front. Quieter for a period of time during the overnight period of Friday, but we get another storm opportunity late Friday, during the afternoon Friday, that will come down that same boundary, or a new boundary that will be forming back to the north and west of us, and that will be shifting in our direction. Tons of moisture associated with this the next couple of days, including for the weekend. As I mentioned earlier, I don't think we're talking about a washout this entire weekend. Okay, so there will be periods of time where we may have a few storm chances, but because we've got so many things going on, I want to emphasize something to you. Not all periods of time will be wet. Best rain chances probably during the late overnight period, early morning hours of the days ahead, including for the weekend. It will just be muggy otherwise, waiting for a front to come sweeping through the area to usher in some drier air, taking us into Monday. All right, 7-day forecast. Severe weather potential has clicked up a little bit. Okay, so it's clicked up a little bit for the Mid-South. Several waves of storms on the way today. Highs will top out generally in the 80s. Tomorrow, a quieter situation once we get the morning storms out of here. We will still have some opportunities for some storms down to the south. Getting into your Friday, storm opportunities east central Arkansas, northwest Mississippi. Morning storm chance on Saturday. I think that gets out of here. We should be good for third round play over at TPC Southwind. And then final round play should be generally pretty good. 20-30% opportunities there. Low 90s expected into Sunday. Monday, we get the next front to come down the pipeline, and that brings our temperatures down to the 80s by Tuesday of next week. So very much an active period of time here, Andrew. Trying to break it down for you. Understand today, we need you to stay weather aware, stay up to date with the very latest. Maggie just sent out a push alert on the Action News 5 Action News 5 First Alert weather app, talking about that upgraded severe weather risk. And of course, we'll have more updates coming up today on midday here on Action News 5, and also on our digital platforms as needed. And if we need to break into programming, of course, we're going to be here as well.
Patrick, I really appreciate you breaking it down in these digestible nuggets, if you will, just kind of explaining that this first wave is going to be to the north of us. The second wave later tonight in the overnight hours is going to be hitting more of the metro area. Really appreciate the details, man. Thanks.
No problem.
Okay, so just want to let everybody know that we do have a number of different people that have tuned in right now. I want to let you know that you are watching the Action News 5 digital desk, and we have thousands of people that watch us each and every morning. We're on all kinds of digital platforms: Amazon Fire, Apple TV, YouTube, Roku. We are also broadcasting live on Digital Channel 5.5, the Action News 5 Plus channel. You can find us each and every weekday morning from 7 until 11. I want to get right now to a live press conference that's happening right now, an impromptu one at the Tennessee Highway Patrol District there on Summer Avenue. Governor Bill Lee is talking right now. Let's listen in. It's mainly about the Highway Patrol beefing up patrols in the Memphis area. Let's take a listen.
We have 200 new troopers as a result of those positions being put out. And that includes, by the way, 28 officers from out of state that have been recruited into Tennessee. You know, we spent a good deal of time with public messaging to out of state law enforcement saying, we appreciate you here, we want you here, and we need you here. And we are beginning to see response from that. And in fact, it's reflective in those numbers. We have a new cadet class that for Tennessee Highway Patrol that we've recently announced, and we have 1,000 applicants for that cadet class, over 1,000 applicants. In contrast, previous cadet classes had about 300 applications, and as a result of the investments that we've made, we now have over 1,000 for our next cadet class. That's a significant improvement, something we're very excited about. It allows us to attract more of what I referred to earlier, which is the best and the brightest. And by the way, about 110, 115 of those applications are from Shelby County. And that is a significant increase in the number of applications to the Highway Patrol that we've seen in cadet classes from the past. So there will be more Memphians as a part of the Tennessee Highway Patrol going forward. We have, because of this success, by the way, in recruiting and retaining, we've seen an increased presence of Highway Patrol in Shelby County. And we hope that the people of Shelby County have seen that. We've been able to have troopers here in state roads throughout the city and throughout the communities of Shelby County, and we will continue to expand Tennessee Highway Patrol's presence as we get more and more of these officers on the ground today. So we're really, really encouraged by the progress that we've made. This is an issue that matters to Memphians, it matters to Tennesseans, and it is a matter of urgency. It is something that we need to be serious about, and we are, in fact, serious about that. So, as I said, we have a tremendous partnership. This is not just an announcement about the Tennessee Highway Patrol. This is really just a celebration of and a conversation about how it is that we will continue to work together to keep Memphis City streets, Shelby County, and really all of Tennessee safer going forward. I want to ask Mayor Strickland to make a few comments. As I said, he's been a great partner, along with Memphis Police Department. They've been partners in collaborative efforts to make sure that we are working together to make this community safe. So, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Governor. I'm here just to thank all these folks who've made this happen. We've been in discussions with the governor for several years, and this is a real example of promises made and promises kept. The state of Tennessee has delivered for the city of Memphis and the county of Shelby. There is no doubt. And it could not have happened without the governor's extraordinary leadership. I also want to thank the state legislature because I know the state legislators from Memphis and Shelby County have been integral in this funding, and I want to thank Representatives White and Gillespie and the others for making it happen. We're very excited that they're here. I know when the Highway Patrol officers are in Memphis because I get texts all week and the weekend, people excited. I know where they are, whether they're in Raleigh or on Winchester or on Poplar, because people text me. And I have to say, last week my wife texted me on a Saturday. She's out running her errands and texts me and says, I just saw 4 Highway Patrol officers. Please thank the governor. I screenshot that and sent it to the governor and thanked him because I know Memphians are excited. And he hears from Memphians, all these legislators hear from Memphians. We all know that our police department is short officers, so this is coming at a perfect time. And not only is the public in Memphis excited about it, the Memphis Police Department is too. The leadership's here because they're very supportive. The rank and file's excited about it. And when the Highway Patrol's in town, they work hand in glove with the Memphis Police Department on how to improve safety here. So thank you, and this is a good news day. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mayor. Colonel Perry, would you have a few words to say just about our investments in a little more detail what's happening on the ground? Thank you.
Thanks, Governor. Matt Perry, I'm Colonel of Tennessee Highway Patrol. Again, I'll reiterate, Governor, thank you for your support. Tennessee General Assembly. We couldn't do what we do without their support, and I can't stress that enough. I know it's said a lot, but they have really invested in us. And the Memphis Police Department, Chief Davis, the Shelby County Sheriff's Department, Sheriff Bonner are valued partners of ours, and we want to be a great partner, and that's why we need to do more and are doing more in Memphis and Shelby County. We're excited. The governor said 1,000 people have applied. 3 months ago, 300 plus people had applied to be a trooper. 110, 15 people applied out of Shelby County. That's a number. It may not sound like a lot. That's a huge number for us. We're excited. That's 10% of the total people applied just here in Shelby County, and we want to put, I hope we get to hire all 110 or 15 and put them all right here in Shelby County, because we want to put more troopers here and do more to do our part. And that goes across the state. I can't stress enough how much we've been shown support, and we're going to do our part. Troopers answer the call. You see the men and women behind me. They're the ones that do the job. They're fearless and are willing to go anywhere to make the lives of Tennesseans safer. I mean, that's our goal. We want to do our part. Our expertise is out here on the interstates, U.S. and state routes, slowing traffic down, making sure people have their seatbelts on, and then doing our part for any violent crime that comes along the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Thank you again. Let me just say, we are making an announcement of that good news to just give some statistics about what has been the result of our investments, but we have a tremendous amount of work to do going forward. We all understand that. The push for public safety never stops. The efforts that we make to keep our kids safe, our streets safe, our communities safe, we can never stop there. So we are making investments, and we are beginning to see the results of those investments, and we are excited about that. But what we're most excited about and what we're most focused on is a continued effort to make our community, this community in Shelby County, our state, a safer place for people to live. As I said, it is something that matters to every Tennessean. It is a matter of urgency, and we are focused on that, and that's what we're talking about today, but we're going to continue to be focused on that in the months and, frankly, the years ahead. We can never stop. It's one of the most important things we do, is make sure that people believe that they can live in a safe neighborhood, and until everyone lives in a safe neighborhood, we cannot stop. So we'll continue to do that. I just want to, again, thank everyone from the mayor, the police department, General Assembly, our highway patrolmen, and frankly, the community of Memphis. Look, Memphis is, I've said it plenty of times, Memphis is the soul of Tennessee. And the people here love their city. They love their community. They want more than anyone for this place to be safe. We join together with Memphians. Yes, this partnership here is working together to make it safe, but the people of Memphis is really who, the people are who make it the community that it is, and who make it safe, who engage with these that are behind me and others across the city. The people of Memphis are remarkable, and they have a remarkable city, and we want to make certain that that city becomes a safer and safer place for all Memphians going forward. So thank you for giving us an opportunity today, for coming out this morning, and I am happy to answer questions.
Adrian?
Governor, I apologize. This has to do actually with the special session.
Yeah.
I have one question and a follow-up. Are you still backing your extreme risk protection order? And how would it be presented if you did?
So, regarding the special session, actually very importantly is tied to what we're doing here today. Public safety is something that matters to every Tennessean, and it is a matter of urgency. That's why I believe that we should have a special session. That's why I called it, because this is something that is urgent, and we should not wait for others to solve the challenges that this nation is facing of trafficking, human trafficking, drug trafficking, violent crime. We can't wait. to address those issues. We can't wait for someone else to address them. So I believe we should be addressing them, and we will be in this special session. I've worked together with lawmakers all summer long. Our goal is to get something accomplished. We need to do something for Tennesseans. There are so many, we all agree, all Tennesseans agree. We want our kids to be safe, we want our communities to be safe, we want our streets to be safe. There are a lot of things that we can agree upon as solutions. So as I've talked to lawmakers, both Democrats and Republicans all summer long, we are bringing forth those solutions. You asked about a particular bill, the language of that bill has been out for months. We recently released a number of other proposals that we will be bringing for the General Assembly to take up. General Assembly members are bringing proposals that will fit within the call that's been put out there to address mental health and crime issues. So all of those ideas will be brought forth, and this General Assembly will find a way to come together and find the things that we agree upon that will make Tennessee a safer place.
No Republican has yet to come out publicly and support your idea for our ERPO. Could it be possible that a Democrat would present that legislation?
You know, I think this, as I've said, this special session is not about an individual piece of legislation, it's about a lot of pieces of legislation, and all of those will find a path forward as we make it through the next few weeks. We expect there to be a number of proposals that come forward.
Thank you.
And I want to just piggyback off of that as well. Are you prepared to fight for Tennessee school children across the state? You know, we actually had a school, well, it was a shooting at a Hebrew Academy here in town just last week. Are you prepared to try to make sure that some sort of legislation gets passed in this special session coming up?
A couple things. As you know, at the beginning of last session, we proposed a school safety bill. We added to that school safety bill after the incident in Nashville and had a remarkably bipartisan effort, almost a unanimous effort from the General Assembly to pass a relatively sweeping school safety bill that will provide funding for a student resource officer in every single public school in this state, including funding for private schools to do the same. So we are not just beginning to work on providing safe environment for students. We've been doing that starting at the beginning of the session, strongly at the end of the session, and as you saw in the call this week, there is an opportunity, and I believe there will be pieces of legislation brought forth specifically focused on school safety.
And, you know, the extreme risk protection order as well, it hasn't been confirmed, but many people have said that the individual who did shoot outside of the Hebrew Academy last week may have been going through a mental health crisis. Is that at the top of your agenda as well, to make sure that people that are going through mental health issues don't have access to firearms?
I think if you look at the outline of the call itself, which details what subjects are going to be brought forth in this public safety special session, mental health is at the top of the list. And mental health resources and the ability to provide more services for mental health treatment to make sure that people that are in mental health crisis, that we don't have bad outcomes as a result of that. So that legislation you referenced is in the call, along with, you know, I think there were 15 different subject items that are available for members to file bills relating to those issues. It is pretty broad sweeping.
And let's make sure we get to everybody.
Yes. I have one question to follow up. Some lawmakers of the Memphis-Shelby County delegation said that your call is too narrow. What's your response to that?
I think what we're hopeful is that we can get something done. What's most important is that we come together and find the things that we agree upon and get them accomplished. We crafted a call around what we believe. After listening, by the way, I met with over 100 lawmakers, Democrats, Republicans, dozens of meetings with lawmakers, outside groups, pastors groups, parent groups. We got feedback from people all summer long. in order to understand what is agreed upon, what we all agree upon that we can come together and do, and we crafted a call to accommodate those things which we actually think will get accomplished. My goal is not to win some political points or to have talking points for people. My goal is to get something done and to pull people together, the General Assembly, with a serious effort to say what can get voted in, what can we agree upon will make Tennessee safer, and let's get that accomplished.
Last thing is blended sentencing is part of that special call. For those who don't see the connection, how does blended sentencing enhance or impact public safety?
I think one of the things that we want to look at is juvenile crime, the sentencing associated with juvenile crime, and how we can make improvements there. I think in the city of Memphis, we have juvenile crime that is a serious issue, and people in Memphis understand that. They recognize it. What we have done is crafted a call that says, bring your ideas on how we can more effectively address juvenile crime in this state, but specifically, as it relates to Memphis. So blended sentences is a part of a strategy that should be talked about in this session for how juvenile crime can be addressed. Yes.
Governor, you mentioned that you've been hiring, or there's been a effort to hire more highway patrol, and that's why we're seeing the increase on the highways. And then recently, MPD just mentioned the most dangerous intersections where they're seeing the most accidents. And even Mayor Strickland, if you want to chime in too, but how can THP and MPD work together to kind of crack down on these, especially these high risk areas where we're seeing more of these accidents happen? There's drag racing, all kind of issues, people wanting speed bumps, that kind of thing.
Yeah, Colonel Perry, can you speak to the specifics about how we might coordinate efforts with Memphis Police Department?
Absolutely. So we work with Memphis PD every day. We have for a long time. We have great relationships here. Colonel Worley from the traffic division, we work closely with him, and we constantly get feedback on the worst intersections where we need to put our troopers. Obviously, we don't want to get in downtown city streets. We want troopers to stay. But the state routes, which are plenty, and U.S. routes running through Memphis, that's where we're working together to put both, our resources and Memphis together, Memphis PD.
Are there any particular, campaigns or anything? Because I know there are some campaigns that's already been running for some years, but anything that you all are looking forward to or adding, or just to really hone in on?
We are, and it takes just getting, we got to get more troopers. I mean, that's our part. So until we get the level in Shelby County, troopers are signed to county, so in Shelby County, we're bringing some of the troopers you see behind us are from the Jackson district. We bring troopers in, Operation Grizzly, everybody's heard of. We bring troopers in regularly, our motor units, troopers from all across the state. One day I want to have enough troopers in here to work, to do the job properly. We're still going to bring troopers from across the state because we want to do more. But right now that's the plan. Like I said, 111 troopers or 111 applicants. If we can get them all hired, they're all going to come to Shelby County. Now, don't hold me to 111 troopers in Shelby County, but that, if we could, we will. If we can, we will.
Thank you. It's good to hear we're going to have 111 troopers. Colonel Worthy can talk to you about the details, but increased presence is the new thing. People are noticing, and the actions that you set forth are not acceptable. They're not acceptable by Memphis Police, Shelby County Sheriff, or the Highway Patrol. And that increased presence is going to help us crack down on those actions. The actual intersections that were talked about at City Council yesterday, and I think MPD leadership can tell you specific operations that will be addressed there.
Great. Box 13. morning, Governor.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here. We've been listening to this for about 30 minutes. This is Governor Bill Lee at the Tennessee Highway Patrol's office off of Summer Avenue. A number of different things came out of this news conference this morning. First and foremost, he is there announcing a significant increase of troopers in the Memphis and Shelby County area. He said there has been 1,000 applications to be a Tennessee Highway Patrol trooper, and 110 to 115 of them, or about 10%, are coming from Shelby County. So he said that you're going to see more Tennessee Highway Patrol troopers in and around Memphis and Shelby County. And this is something that was applauded by Memphis Mayor Jim Strickland, who you've seen there at the microphone a couple of different times. He spoke talking about that. Now, that was one issue and one of the main reasons why he was there. And then another issue was about this special session, and the special session that is expected to happen later this month in Nashville with state lawmakers. Now, he talked a lot about going forward how it is so important and incumbent upon state leaders to make sure that schools are safe and that we bring down crime and that the city streets are safe for everybody. And he mentioned that he has met, since the legislation ended back in April, he has met with 100 lawmakers, both Democrats and Republicans. He's met with pastors, parent groups, and trying to hear exactly where people are in terms of what can be done and what can come out of this special session. He mentioned things like human trafficking, violence, mental health issues, other crime issues. These proposals will be on deck for the General Assembly when they meet. I believe it's August 21st. Another issue that's going to be discussed is the issue of juvenile crime sentencing. They've discussed that, and lawmakers are expected to bring ideas with regards to that. So you see that this news conference is continuing at this hour. You can see Governor Bill Lee still talking right now. We're going to have much more. You heard from Action News 5's Walter Murphy. He asked several questions there with regards to the special session. He will have a full report later today on Action News 5. Of course, you can see also some summaries of what happened earlier today and certainly out of this news conference on our website on actionnews5.com. Also, I know that we have a number of different people that are just tuning in to the digital desk, perhaps for the first time. I want to make sure that you know that the Action News 5 digital desk is something that we always have running from 7 until 11 each and every weekday morning. You can find us on our digital channels like Amazon Fire, Apple TV, Roku, YouTube, and we are also broadcasting on Action News 5 digital channel 5.5. That's the Action News 5 Plus channel. So make sure you make a note of that if you like what you see. Right now, I kind of want to pivot here and talk about a new type of blackmail. This new type of blackmail is affecting young adults and teens, and it's called sextortion. It's where adults threaten to share sexually explicit images of young people. The effects can be devastating. We have investigative reporter Carice Jackman examining how these criminals are preying on our children, and we want to warn you here, what you're about to see is graphic.
I certainly never thought in a million years that this could happen to me. My family certainly never did. When it comes to a story like mine, there are a lot of dark details.
As one of the very first known victims of internet child exploitation, Alicia Kozak is passionate about protecting kids from dangers online. And an emerging threat she worries about now is something called sextortion.
A predator can hold a child captive long before they ever have their hands physically on them. And when it comes to sextortion, they never need to physically touch that child.
Alicia's personal story to advocacy began in 2002, when she was just 13 years old. Like so many teenagers, she loved chatting with friends, especially on the internet.
I was online, and I was talking to my friends from school in a chat room, and somebody messaged me who I thought was a boy around my own age. And what I didn't know was he had immediately begun to groom me.
Because the internet was pretty new, Alicia didn't know the red flags. She says a man lured her out of her Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania home and abducted her outside. The man held her captive in his Virginia basement, where she was raped, beaten, and tortured.
How long were you there for? It was 4 days, and he was going to kill me, it's believed, on the day that I was rescued.
Alicia says her kidnapper live streamed the abuse to an online audience. She said she was given a second chance when someone watching the stream recognized her face from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children's poster and called in a tip to authorities. Her kidnapper was ultimately convicted and sentenced to prison.
And we start tonight with a warning about sextortion.
Since Alicia's abduction, internet crimes against children have skyrocketed.
And these criminals are continuing to extort the teenagers until a lot of them end up committing suicide.
Kids have so much more access. There's so many more pitfalls, but also predators have access to kids 24/7.
And as technology continues to evolve, so does the way predators lure kids in what law enforcement calls sextortion. Law enforcement says the cyber criminals start off pretending to be somebody else, most likely a teen. Once they gain a person's trust, they ask for explicit photos. With the photos in their possession, the criminal demands money, threatening to release the images if the teen doesn't keep sending more photos or hand over money or gift cards.
With financial sextortion, the primary motive is financial gain, and the victim set is typically boys.
Supervisory Special Agent Timothy Simon with the FBI says in early 2022, their agency saw an explosion in the number of financial sextortion incidents.
When it comes to how these crooks or these criminals are getting to our children, how savvy are they when it comes to getting them and taking advantage of them?
Unfortunately, they are very savvy. They often impersonate children of a similar age, characteristics, and location. They will locate children, they'll target them on any type of platform, social media, instant messaging, video chat, gaming platforms, pretty much any internet-capable device that a child has, they can be targeted on.
Simon says law enforcement received over 7,000 reports over the past year of online financial sextortion of minors, with at least 3,000 victims, most of them boys.
In 2022 alone, over 12 suicides of child victims within the U.S., and that number has increased since then.
Why is it different that we're seeing so many, suicides or pressure being put on our boys and most say our young girls?
That's a great question. We're still trying to figure that out. Our best guess at this point is just the shame and embarrassment that boys feel when they produce those images.
But we've learned a major hurdle in tackling this crime is location. Many sextortion cybercriminals are overseas. Officials with the FBI and Homeland Security say most of these sextortion perpetrators originate from Nigeria and the Ivory Coast.
For parents who sadly may have lost their child to sextortion, and they're wondering, why can't the FBI just go in there? Why can't they just get them? This is one of the biggest law enforcement agencies in the world. How difficult is it for you to just go in there and nab some of these criminals?
It's not an easy solution for the FBI just to go into other countries and to take down offenders. We are working hard to do that, but as much power or authority as the FBI may have, we don't have jurisdiction or authority in countries around the world. And that's where our relationships and our partnerships with the host nation law enforcement and their government officials plays a really big role.
Kevin Metcalf is a deputy prosecuting attorney in Arkansas. He's also the CEO and founder of the National Child Protection Task Force. They provide detectives, analysts, and officers, both locally and regionally, access to investigative expertise and resources that sometimes are unavailable or underfunded in most law enforcement organizations.
The law is very slow to adapt to any kind of social changes, any technology. It's very, very slow. So everybody was trying to stay away from that. It was a super gray area, so I thought, that's where I'll go.
Metcalf says part of the problem, on top of bringing these international criminals to justice, is the amount of oversharing done by people on social media.
Once your images are out there, they're not yours anymore. You don't control them. You don't know how many times they've been downloaded, how many times they've been shared. You don't know how many of them there are that exist out here.
To show us how easy it is to find your information without you realizing it, Metcalf shared with us some of the websites cybercriminals use to track information. To test it out, he looked for my personal information online.
Oh, wow. That's my stuff and my family. It's my mom's email, my deceased father,
In other words, they do their homework on you.
Your email addresses, passwords, phone numbers, usernames, physical address, so all this, license plates.
Metcalf says even if you store images on a Google Cloud and think it's safe, you still run the risk of being compromised or hacked, which is why you need to have multiple passwords on all of your accounts and update them regularly. As for Alicia, she continues to work to protect others, sharing her story to kids at schools across the country.
Support the children. Save us from pedophiles, the pornographers, the monsters. The boogie.
You know, it's Wednesday morning, and a lot of times people have a chance to get up, start the day, have a cup of coffee, and then you think, it's Wednesday. Can't get too excited about Wednesday. Well, I was excited about Wednesday because I'm talking to Jennifer Chandler. And you know why I'm talking to Jennifer Chandler? It's because she's got the best places for chicken wings in Memphis and the Mid-South. She's joining us always. She always brings it every single time. Love talking to her because we are a foodie town in Memphis. Isn't that right, Jennifer?
We definitely are, and I have to say, you make my Wednesday mornings as well. Always a delight to come and talk to you about all the great food that we have here in Memphis, Tennessee. So yes, hot wings. You know, Memphis is known for its ribs and its barbecue, but you know, Memphis is a really strong game when it comes to hot wings in town.
I agree. I totally agree. And so your article focuses on 5 or more.
It's 5. So
okay.
National
I love that number. It's my favorite number.
National Chicken Wing Day was last week, and to be honest with you, it was hard to get it down to just 5 because there are so many great wings in town, so many great places doing really interesting things. But my editors tell me I can't write the entire newspaper be one article on chicken wings, so I have to narrow it down. So that's why we did 5. So first on my list is one that's been around for years and years and years and it's a Memphis favorite. And so I think it sets the bar on a hot wing is Ching's Hot Wings on Getwell. It's been there for a very long time. It's family run, and their honey gold party wings, I consider like the gold standard for a hot wing in the city of Memphis. That's an order I had not too long ago, and I always get the crinkle fries with it. It's just so good. And I would say definitely go out and support small family-owned businesses like this, because I know they're still reeling a little bit still from the pandemic, and then we had all the power outages last week. And yeah, they could definitely use your support, and you will not be disappointed if you go to a place like Ching's. It's really, really, really good. So next on my list is Mike's Hot Wings. Now, this has been around for a while, but I was just recently introduced to it. It happens to be that Mike Davis opened his second location of Mike's Hot Wings. His first one was on Winchester, and his second one is in Germantown, right on Wolf River Parkway, almost at Germantown Parkway. And that is down the street from my husband's office. And I think my husband eats Mike's lemon pepper party wings at least once a week, if not more, because it's his favorite thing. I have to tell you one thing about Mike's. You're going to walk in the door. It is like the cleanest hot wings place I've ever been in my entire life. It is spick and span. It kind of feels like a sports bar in there. It's got a great vibe. And his hot wings are just, what's great about the lemon pepper ones is they're not too spicy, but he has mastered the art of crispiness. He actually showed us how he made them, and we were back there in his kitchen, and I was like, you're leaving them in there a really, really long time. And he goes, I have mastered the art of getting it super crispy on the outside and still tender on the inside. And I took one bite and I said, you sure have mastered that. So I'll also give him a shout out. He makes a good smoked wing as well. And he has a spicy barbecue sauce that he makes in-house. So if you get the smoked wing, also get the smoky hot barbecue sauce to dip it in, and you won't be disappointed either way. So next on my list is in the order is New Wing Order. So New Wing Order it started as a food truck. It actually started as a barbecue competition team at Memphis in May. They were always winning in the chicken and the wing division. Then they started competing in like the World Championship Hot Wing Festival, and they were winning. So they opened a food truck. They had a food truck for many years, and now they have a permanent location inside Ghost River's Beale Street tap room. The food truck is still out and about. So depending on where you are in town, you might be able to be closer to the food truck, but now they have a permanent place you can always go and get your wings. And one of the things I love about New Wing Order is they always do a seasonal wing. They've done that since the very beginning. I've never been disappointed when I've tried their seasonal wing. They're very creative. And this month is called Smokin' Peach Hot Wings. And so what they do is they make a homemade jam with locally grown peaches from Jones Orchard and mix it with Calabrian chili. So it's got a little bit of sweetness and a little bit of heat, and they're really, really, really good. So look out for whatever, no matter when you go, always be willing to try the seasonal hot wing at New Wing Order. You will not be disappointed. Moving on my list, number 4, the Wing Gurus Triple J Party Wings. So basketball fans will know Billy Richmond. He was a star basketball player at the University of Memphis years ago, and he opened the Wing Guru. He has several locations across Memphis, and a few years ago, he came up with this flavor with Jaren Jackson with the Grizzlies, and they call it the Triple J. It is a honey gold base, and it has their signature Guru seasoning as well as their signature 901 seasoning tossed on top, and it is a darn good chicken wing. So it's like full of flavor. And, one of the things I love about Wing Guru is they have a ton of really creative flavors. They make their sauces in-house and their seasoning blends. And this is a little spicy. And if you don't want spicy and you're going to the Wing Guru, they have a dill pickle seasoning blend. And that one's really good too. A little odd, but really, really good. So last on my list is a place that is not necessarily, all these other ones, pretty much all they do is hot wings. This place is actually a ramen noodle shop downtown, but makes one of my favorite chicken wings, Good Fortune Company, which is located on South Main. And they've been open, I guess maybe 2-3 years ago. And again, they're known for being a ramen noodle shop. They make all their noodles from scratch, but they have one of my favorite chicken wings in town. And this has kind of like an Asian flair to it. What they do is they marinate the chicken wings for 24 hours overnight. And then they toss them in a batter that's made from 3 different gluten-free flours. And then they fry it. And then owner Arturo Lighton told me what the trick was. They take it out and then they throw it in the fryer again. And so the double frying gives it this just crazy crispiness. And then they toss it in a Szechuan honey butter sauce. And it's one of those things, they call them the GFC wings, and it's for Good Fortune Company. And I was like, it should be like finger licking good. You need to change that acronym there because they are so good and they're different. So it's kind of an Asian style versus all the other ones we talked to are more traditionally a Memphis style hot wing. So there you go. Have you had any of those, Andrew?
The one that I've had, and you sold it, was the Jaren Jackson Jr. wings at Wing Guru. My son, that's his favorite player. And then once he learned that they had a flavor, he got a bunch and then brought it home, and we loved it. And Tina, my wife, is gluten-free, and so all their wings are gluten-free. So she was, excited about that. But you sold me on the Good Fortune. I mean, all of them are great. Don't get me wrong, but the Good Fortune one, wow, the time that it takes to put into those wings sounds amazing.
Yes, they're all super, super delicious, and I could go on and on for this list because as I said, I hated to have to narrow it to 5. but a matter of time. I guess, you know, as I said, I couldn't take over the whole paper, and I guess we couldn't do the next 24 hours only talking about wings on the news. But I would be happy to. So it's all of this and more descriptions are now up on commercialappeal.com/food. That's where all my articles are. And you can definitely send me a message and let me know if you have a favorite wing or a favorite restaurant that you want me to try, and maybe do a review of.
And the Peaches Jam with the New Wing Order, or is that what it was? New Wing Order, right?
Yeah, New Wing Order. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so,
I love that.
yeah, so that's actually a fun story, and I'm having a senior moment on her name. I feel so bad. Their sous chef had gone out to, with her daughter, had gone to Jones Orchard for the U-Pick farm, and had gotten some of their peaches and had some of Mrs. Jones' peach jam, and she was like, this is really good, and she started playing around with the recipe, and then she went back and they were out of the jam, but she bought some peaches, and they made the jam themselves, and then they found these Calabrian chilies, which just kind of add this kind of, it's almost like it's sweet with a hint of spice on the back. But they really get into, you know, people probably don't think of chicken wings as being something that is like an art form. And especially, but when it comes to the sauces and the dry rubs, all these places in town that I mentioned, they're making all of their ingredients and all of their sauces and dry rubs from scratch and being really, really, really creative with it.
I love it. I love the creativity. I love the new kind of flavors, something spicy, something sweet, mixed together. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's ice cream, iced coffee, farmer's market, chicken wings. Jennifer Chandler's on top of it. You are bringing it every time. We appreciate this. This is a great list, and I know that it's making more people like myself hungrier and hungrier for wings. Jennifer, thank you.
Yes. Go enjoy a chicken wing today.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. All right, we've been talking all week long that it's back to school time. Kids are going back, tens of thousands of students ready for class, whether they want to be in class or not. Parents certainly want them to be in class. Well, you have to be concerned if you're making lunch or you're making some snacks for your kids, because there are a lot of food allergies in the classrooms today. In fact, there are various tips out there to kind of navigate for parents the food allergies that your kids could come across in their classroom and throughout the school year. I'm joined now by Kelly Cleary. She is with FAIR, and FAIR stands for Food Allergy Research and Education. It is the leading nonprofit working to enhance the lives of people with various food allergies to lead safe and productive lives. Kelly, I appreciate you joining us. Tell me, what are some of the biggest problems that are out there when it comes to back to school time and some of the food allergies that are in the classroom? Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Yes, so we are seeing now that the number of kids with food allergies has increased over the last few decades. So it's now estimated that 1 in every 13 kids in the United States has a food allergy. So that's about 2 in every classroom. And when you think about the serious adverse reactions that can happen from food allergies, these kids are really at risk for having an allergic reaction to some very common foods that other kids may be bringing in their lunch boxes.
Do we know why allergies have gone up so much over the past few years and decades?
That's a really great question with a complex answer that is not completely defined. So there are many hypotheses out there, and most of them really look at the way that we interact with our environment. So things like changes in hygiene, our diets, changes in microbiomes, just really how we're interacting with the environment, but it's very complex and not a single defined answer. But the fact is that the incidence has increased over the past decades. And now, like I said, 2 in every classroom, 2 kids in every classroom are affected by food allergies.
So I want to ask you a question that's got a couple different parts. One is, how should parents pack a lunch if they're packing lunches for their kids, and keep it safe for other kids that have food allergies. And the other thing is, if you have a student with a food allergy, how should you navigate the upcoming school year?
Yeah, so I'm a parent of 4 kids, one of whom has multiple anaphylactic food allergies. So as that parent, I am really conscious of every morning making sure that his lunch is safe for him, making sure that as we start the school year, that his medical forms are up to date, his medications are unexpired, and that I've spoken to the school to ask them about policies and procedures. For other students that might not be affected by food allergies, at FAIR, we have tons of resources that we offer for free to schools, families, scout troops, church leadership, groups, where we can teach kids in the classroom how to be a better friend or pal to kids with food allergies. So one of our courses is Be a Pal, which actually stands for Protect a Life. And it's geared toward teaching kids that food allergies are serious. When you're eating your lunch, try not to share your food with other kids, even though we're always teaching our kids to share. Sharing food at lunchtime in school is probably the place that we need to tell them to hold back on that, to wash their hands after eating their lunch that may have something that's allergic to someone else. And then if one of their friends has a food allergy, that if they see that friend is sick, get an adult in charge and have someone come over and check out how your friend is feeling.
Okay, so that does it for us here on the Action News 5 Digital Desk. I want to tell you about Action News 5 midday coming up in just a few short minutes. You're going to have Ariana Poindexter. You're going to have Patrick Ellis. You're also going to have Maggie McCauley. They're going to be talking about the storms, what to expect as they move through Memphis and the Mid-South. You're also going to be hearing about the governor being in town today and a school bus crash that happened earlier this morning where some minors were hurt as well as some adults. Join us right now on the Action News 5 midday report coming up in just a few minutes. Have a great afternoon.